Can you all remain standing, including members of the gallery, for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you very much. You may all be seated.
I want to show you. People think that with this power, so what they're doing.
Good morning, honorable members and our guest. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Premier, MECs present, in particular MEC Khumalo, who came very, very early. Yeah, it doesn't mean that it doesn't attend meetings, because all the time he joins virtually, and we really appreciate it, Honorable Khumalo. Let me also greet leaders of political parties, members of the provincial legislature, the deputy chief whip, our guest in the gallery. I know that they come from different sectors. I also wish to indicate that there are rules that govern members of the provincial legislature in our sittings, but also there are rules that govern members of the public as they attend our sittings. Some of those rules relate to not taking pictures of members, sitting orderly, and also, because in the house here we are political animals. Don't be taken by what is happening here, because members do know the rules. They might want to play out to the gallery, but they know what will happen if they do so. So don't be taken. Thank you very much. But we actually encourage you. Also, thank you for taking an interest in the matters of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, which is your parliament of Gauteng. Let me also acknowledge the citizens of Gauteng who have actually joined the sitting virtually, who are also watching on YouTube or social media. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks so much. We have received few apologies. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Makubele, the Chief Whip, Honorable Malima, who are attending a conference in the US, Honorable Hassan, who has a personal commitment, Honorable Mukwebo, who is not well, Honorable Duplessis, no reason given, Honorable Albert's other engagements, we don't know of what nature, Honorable Mekgwe, standing apology, Honorable Khatebe, Honorable Tong. I know also Honorable Schneeman, who normally attends our sittings, but she took ill yesterday and was admitted in hospital. We also want to wish them speedy recovery, including Honorable Khatebe. Although Honorable Khatebe was discharged from hospital yesterday, but we all know that she took ill here in our sitting. We wish all our members a speedy recovery. And we also, on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, wish to pass our heartfelt condolences to the Malima family, whose grandma who brought him up, who has passed on. I hope it will be in this period where members, you'll give support to the family, in particular our own colleague, Honorable Malima. Maybe for the members of the public, in case of an emergency or hearing an emergency alarm, Please note the following. The Sergeant at Arms, together with service officers, will assist all honorable members, including our visitors, to evacuate the house through the nearest exit, and the guests in the auditorium will be assisted by evacuation wardens in order for them to leave the premises. And please do stay calm all the time. Do not panic. Do not use the lifts, but you will be ushered to use the stairs. Thank you very much. I want to check if is there a member who wants to do an announcement. There is none. MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. We have not received any request. Member statement in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. Starting with Honorable Dr. Dikhamela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Today we are debating the last annual reports of the 2022-2023 financial year. Soon this House will rise and the people of South Africa will be preparing for the holiday seasons. Families will be reuniting to enjoy quality time together. Sadly, the people of Palestine no longer know what quality time with their families is. This is as a result of Israeli brutality against Palestinians. Madam Speaker, from 1948 to 1994, South Africa was segregated along racial lines. This was orchestrated by an all-white government of South Africa. I mean Lily White, Spearvet. The ANC fought against these racial segregations, which was to the detriment of majority of the population. As the African National Congress waged its struggle, some of our heroes and heroines were tortured and some were murdered. Those who survived to this day still carry the scars of that brutal period. We all know what impact apartheid had on South Africa and her people. Its aftermath is still felt to this day. As the ANC, we know the pain of the people of Palestine too well, exactly. It is for this reason that the ANC is unequivocal in its support for the Palestinian people on their struggle for self-determination. All of us ought to condemn the violence against the people of Palestine and call out Israeli for their inhuman and barbaric actions. Our humanity ought to call us to do so. There are times when we are called to be silent, and there are times when we are called to speak up. The current time calls us to speak up. The 2019 ANC manifesto states clearly that part of our priorities is to build a better Africa and a better world. There can never be better South Africa and a better world while the people of Palestine remain under siege. We call on all those who love peace to offer solidarity to the people of Palestine, for if we do not, history will judge us harshly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Makwala. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In the House last sitting, we witnessed an ANC member, MPL, deliver an ill-fated member statement accusing the EFF of harboring and defending corruption. The member in question stood before this House alleging to the existence of an EFF post member of the House, whom it is claimed that the member had not been attending any sittings or engaged in any work of the legislature. Considering the seriousness of these allegations, which were never supposed to be tabled as a member statement to begin with, the Speaker asked that the member refer this matter to office as well as the Rules and Ethics Committee. However, a day later, the EFF was confronted with a media statement by the ANC in Gauteng, where a direct attack was launched on this supposed ghost member of the EFF. The media statement revealed the identity of this member being that of the Provincial Secretary of the EFF in Gauteng, Commissar Mushekom. This long-winded and baseless media statement by the ANC goes on to make all sorts of false claims around the conduct and the standing of Honorable Mushekoma. The statement falsely alleges that Honorable Mushekoma has been a member of the legislature for 10 years. However, Honorable Mkoma was only sworn in as a member of this House in 2019. The statement further calls on the legislature to recover over 10 million from him for his non-attendance. As to how the ANC concluded on this amount remains a mystery. If you are going to release a statement attacking the opposition, at least ensure that you get your facts right and you do not do so with false information and figure, as this shows the incompetency of the ANC, both as a political organization and as a government, since you are unable to collect very simple data to back up your claims. Speaker, matters of discipline of MPLs are the internal businesses of the legislature and not for political theatrics. It is illegal for the ANC in Gauteng to take the business of the legislature and use it for cheap political scoring, especially without subjecting it first to internal processes in this House. Speaker, we are concerned that members of the ANC, in their disparate attempt to cling to power, have now resorted to compromising the dignity and the standing of this House. It begs to be asked as to why privileged information of members of this House has been leaked for petty politicking. The EFF calls on the Speaker as well as the Rules and Ethics Committee to protect members of this House from such malicious attack. Furthermore, we call on the Speaker's office to investigate this media statement by the ANC in Gauteng. We also call on the Ethics Committee to hold the party leader of the ANC to account on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the Speaker can't investigate the ANC. If you were saying investigating members, that was going to be in order, but I will engage with Honorable Makwala. Those are the two statements that were received. I now want to call upon Honorable Deputy Chief Whip to present a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Member Tima Kakula, ANC Deputy Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and 122 of the Standing Rules as follows. One, noting that the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs Research, Development and eGov Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study report on how has the Gauteng Department of eGov addressed duplications of ICT infrastructure between local and provincial spheres of government in accelerating broadband connectivity was not programmed for today's sitting on Wednesday, the 6th December 2023. And the final voting mandate of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics, Portfolio Committee final voting mandate on the economic regulation of the Transport Bill, Section 76, as well as the minority report was not programmed for today's sitting of Wednesday, the 6th December 2023. Further noting that the Office of the Premier and the Legislature reports on the Gauteng Provincial Laws General Amendment Bill G007 2020, which is programmed for today's sitting on Wednesday, the 6th December 2023. Therefore, request that the House resolves to include the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs Research, Development and eGov Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study report on how has the Gauteng Department of eGov addressed duplications of ICT infrastructure between local and provincial spheres of government in accelerating broadband connectivity to the orders of today. 2, to include the final voting mandate on the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics, Portfolio Committee final voting mandate on the economic regulation of the Transport Bill, BID 2020, Section 76, as well as the minority report to the orders of today. Lastly, to remove Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature report on the Gauteng Provincial Laws General Amendment Bill G007 of 2020 from the orders of today's sitting of Wednesday, the 6th December 2023. I so move. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Kanyane?
Yeah, I rest second.
Seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The motion is adopted by the House. Can I indicate that we have COGTA stakeholders coming from Kliptown in Soweto, e-government stakeholders coming from Motlakeng in Randfontein, health stakeholders coming from Sidibeng, Shrek stakeholders coming from Everton, community safety stakeholders coming from Winterfeld. And if I did not receive, or if I did not mention the location or the names of those that are here, it's not intentional, it's because I don't have those details with me, but I think I indicated that I'm welcoming all the stakeholders that are here. Can we have the Secretary to read the first order?
Thank you, Speaker. The first order of the day is the Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs Research and Development and E-Government Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Mekgwe?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me indicate that the parties of the report that I will not read, let it be taken as read. I'll then start with the findings and concerns. With regards to the underperformance related to the expansion of the traditional, I'm sorry. I'll then start with the concerns that one, the department could not process 100% of invoices received from the service providers within a period of 15 days due to the system downtime within COGTA. The second one, due to poor planning that has led to the late appointments of a suitable service provider. The target of implementing the two powers and functions of the single-tier system of government pillars in line with the approved plans was not achieved. 3, the portfolio is gravely concerned that the date of the city of Tshwane does not have supported and maintained functional ward committees. The proposed committee recommendations are 1, although payment delays were attributed to the system downtime within the COGTA, the department should put alternative mechanisms in place to ensure that the process of making payments of invoices within the stipulated period are in place. The written response should be forwarded to the GPL on the resolution as adopted by the House on the 31st of January 2024. The department should ensure that a suitable service provider is appointed timelessly to implement the two powers and functions of single-tier system of government pillars in line with the approved plans attained in the third quarter of the current financial year. The written response should be forwarded to the GPL on the resolution as adopted by the House on the 31st of January 2024. The committee will monitor the progress that will be made in the third quarter in terms of the project implementation. With regards to the committee recommendations, the portfolio should make an undertaking to summon the department and the city of Tshwane in terms of Rule 148, subsection 8 and subsection 13 to explain the challenges that are preventing the City of Tshwane to appoint, supported, and maintained functional ward committees. The written response should be forwarded to the GPL on the resolution as adopted by the House on the 31st of January 2024. The absence of the ward committee is a demonstration that the communities of Tshwane are not represented in council meetings. On acknowledgements, the acting chairperson, Honorable Busiswe Mekgwe, wishes to thank all the honorable members of the committee and the Honorable MEC and his team. We also want to acknowledge and express our gratitude to all the staff members as written there in the report for their dedication and support. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the COGTA and eGov Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COGTA for the 2023-2024 financial year and proposed recommendations for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Kanyane.
I rise to second.
Report seconded. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
The second order is the Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, Research and Development and E-Government Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of E-Government for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Mekgwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would also like to say the part of the report that I won't read be considered read. The committee findings and concerns with respect to the underperformance related to the expansion of the GPN network, the GPN network targets. And then the second one is with respect to the underperformance of the department. And the recommendations are that the committee is concerned about the perpetual delays related to the expansion of the GPN network, which have a negative impact on the economic growth. The second one is related to the reduction of crime through the ICT services. Crime reduced through the ICT services. The committee is concerned about the setting of targets for unfunded mandates. The proposed committee recommendations are, the Portfolio Committee recommends that the department should devise a project plan to fast-track the attainment of GBN expansion targets. The plan should detail how all service providers will adhere to project timelines up to the end of the fourth quarter. The written response detailing the project plan should be submitted on the 30th of January 2024. The second one, the Portfolio Committee recommends that the department desist from accepting unfunded mandates and remove all unfunded targets from the APP. The written response should be sent to the committee on the 30th January 2024. On okay. Okay, on acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Kumalo, and officials of the Gauteng Department on eGov. And also the appreciation is also to relate to the honorable members serving on the committee for their diligence and dedication and commitment. And also, we extend our gratitude to the members of the staff. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164 on the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development, and eGov Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of E-Government 2023-24 financial year and recommends its adoption. I thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Kekane,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second. Thank you.
seconding, thank you. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 3 is the Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Masubu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the citizens of Gauteng, our guests in the gallery. I stand up to present the report on the second quarter report of the Department of Community Safety for the year 2023-2024. And I would like to request the House to consider parts of the reports that are not going to be read out to be considered as read. The department continued to conduct oversight visits at police stations, metropolitan departments for the quarter under review. A total of 86 announced visits and 204 unannounced police station visits were conducted. Also, the performance of 3 metropolitan police departments was assessed through announced visits, and a total of 42 regional offices attached to Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni MDPs were assessed. The committee is concerned that no progress has been made in the establishment of the Integrated Command Center. The committee strongly believes that the department's failure to establish the center is impacting on integrating policing amongst the various law enforcement agencies, thus hindering efficiency in policing in the province. The committee welcomes the strides made in achieving the provincial elevated priorities. At the end of the quarter under review, 2,316 crime prevention wardens had completed their training and were deployed in 5 corridors across the province, thus enhancing police visibility. To date, a total of 7,117 CPWs have been appointed, exceeding the targeted plan of employing 6,000 CPWs. The committee notes with concern that some police stations were not deploying CPWs at crime hotspot as it was intended to be, but instead were deployed in client service centers to certify affidavits. The department must ensure that CPWs are deployed in line with the purpose that they were intended for. The committee notes 41 additional patrol vehicles were procured. To date, 238 vehicles have been procured and deployed at various police precincts to enhance visibility in terms of policing. The department has further reported that it has procured 3 drones and 30 additional drones are in the process of being procured. The committee also notes that 250 CPWs have been trained to be deployed as an anti-land invasion task team to curb the lawlessness associated with illegal land occupation. The committee welcomes the achievement of the target under social crime prevention and school safety intervention for the quarter under review. However, the committee acknowledges and continued effort of the department to fight the scourge of the gender-based violence and femicide and support provided GBVF victims. Under the under review, 312 GBV cases were tracked through the criminal justice system. 10 more green doors facilities were established under the COGTA, and 450 crime dockets were analyzed. The department, jointly with other law enforcement, have conducted 936 crime prevention operations to date, and 172 items, stolen vehicles, were actually confiscated. 124 suspects were arrested, including those who were possessing stolen property and possession of illegal drugs and unlicensed firearm and ammunition. The overall, whilst we note as a committee that crime still remains at the alarming high level, the committee welcomes the 2.6% reduction on the 17 reported cases for the second quarter under review. The reduction translates to 2,892 count less compared to the previous year, the same period in the previous financial year. The province remains the highest contributor to the national figure in terms of crime stats, to about 27% compared with other provinces. The committee commends the police on their performance on crime detected due police action, which have recorded a positive increase of 2,127 cases, which is 14%, and in terms of drug-related crimes of 1,294. On Program 1, the administration, which is looking at administration, the spend has been 62.6 million of the 42 million which was budgeted, which marks an over expenditure of 146. On Program 2, it's 66.1 million of 65.9 million has been spent. And now on Program 3, which is the last one on traffic management, out of the 544 million allocated, 347.9 has been spent, which marks 64 of the expenditure. On the concerns of the committee is concerned about the high levels of crime, the no progress in the establishment of the integrated command center, and we are also concerned with the over expenditure on Program 1. We are also concerned with the deployment of crime prevention wardens at crime spots. We therefore recommend the following. The committee proposed the following recommendations. The department must speedily finalize the establishment of the PICC to ensure proper coordination and integration of policing. The department must provide a total number of businesses supported on the overall spend on township economy. The department must provide a report on the financial implications which may result due to exceedingly planned targets in the employment of CPWs. The department must ensure CPWs are deployed in line with their mandate. The department must ensure that the crime prevention wardens are gazetted. The department must provide progress report on the functionality and the impact of the establishment of green door facilities. The department must provide a report on the performance in relation to the reduction of road fatalities. This must be done before the end of the 29th March 2024. In terms of acknowledgements, myself, Honorable Masuku, like to thank the MEC of the Department of Community Safety and the HOD and their team in cooperation when we were dealing with the assessment of the department's second quarter report. Also like to extend the gratitude to the Provincial Commissioner of the SAPS, General Mawela, and his entire team with their cooperation during the receiving and assessment of the second quarter crime statistics. Further, wish to thank all the members of the committee who have diligently sat through in the assessment of the quarterly reports on the community safety. And lastly, I'd like to thank all the staff members who make sure that the work of the committee is smooth. In terms of adoption, Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164 on the standing rules. Therefore, the committee presents this report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Kanyile.
I rise to second, Speaker.
Seconded by Honorable Kanyile. Now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 4 is the Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including entity for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Premier. Greetings to members of the House. Greetings to the stakeholders and the people of Gauteng. I, Member Thulani Ndlovu, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, hereby tables the committee report on the second quarter report of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. Madam Speaker, may I request the House to note the part of the reports that I will not read to be regarded as read. I will just focus on the summary and the consents. The Portfolio Committee noted that there is progress made regarding the filling of critical posts by the department as the recent appointment of the HOD and the new CFO to turn things around for the better in the department. The vacancy rate continues to be one of the biggest concerns to the committee, as it has been constantly on the agenda in the advent of the administration, knowing that it is one of the major hindrances on the department's ongoing poor performance. It further noted that the Gauteng Film Commission is currently in the review process of its legal standing following a recent court judgment, and the committee will follow the progress thereof. During the court under review, the Portfolio Committee noted the department has achieved 69% of their service delivery targets, an improvement by 24% from the 45% which was achieved during the same period in the previous financial year. The Gauteng Film Commission performance improved from previous quarter's performance, where they achieved 32% of their service delivery targets due to the probity audit ordered by the GFC board. Performance during the court under review was at 72%, and they have spent 79% of their quarterly allocation. Both the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the Gauteng Film Commission still struggle with high vacancy rates. The department reported that the effect of what they are currently doing to address the vacancy rate will only be felt later in the financial year, because in some positions they are promoting existing staff while leaving their previous positions vacant. For the quarter under review, the department budgeted 400,467,000 and spent 340,169,000, which represent 85%, and underspending by 15%, which is a regression compared to the previous quarter, where they had spent 102% of their allocated budget. This is also not in line with the Treasury regulations, which allow 5% overspending and 5% underspending, respectively. As far as compliance requirements, the department achieved 76% of the valid invoices received paid within 15 days. They achieved 47 of their 68 APP targets. The Portfolio Committee is concerned, however, that most targets not achieved are targets that were initially planned, and this could mean that the department is not aligning its execution to its plans, or the plans are not realistic. This is one of the reasons the department could ultimately return the funds back to Treasury. While the committee is of the opinion that the department's budget is not enough, it is difficult for the committee to motivate for the funds when the department cannot spend their current budget. The quarterly allocation budget The quarterly allocation for the Gauteng Film Commission for the period under review is 13,672,000, and they spent 10,868,000, reflecting 79%. On Program 1 on administration, received a quarterly budget allocation of 55,131,000, and they managed to spend 38,796,000, which is 70.4%, and an underspending of 29%. In the previous quarterly program spent in 93.9% of their allocation. This is attributed to the vacancy rate as well as delays in the procurement of laptops. On Program 2, Cultural Affairs, they received a quarterly allocation of 44,805,000, and they managed to spend 40,979,000, reflecting 91.5% expenditure with 8.5% underspending. The reason for underspending is due to internal delays related to pending policy guidelines for major events and granting aid. The committee is concerned that the spending is not correlating with the achieved targets of this program. On library and archival services, they received a quarterly budget allocation of 198,368,000, and they managed to spend 164,413,000, which reflects 82.9% expenditure and under expenditure of 17.1%. As usual, this is attributed to the delays in filling of the conditional grant post as well as transfers to the city of Tshwane and Mfuleni municipality that were not processed due to non-compliance with the service level agreement. They reported that they are working on filling all the advertised posts and engaging the two municipalities to resolve the compliance issues. Program 4, Sports and Recreation, was allocated a budget of 102,294,000, and they managed to spend 95,981,000, which reflects an expenditure of 93.8% and an underspending of 6.2%. Also, this is attributed in the payments of chief lead invoices. The committee is of the opinion that this should be reported under the administration program, because the department reported that the remedy to the underspending is fast-tracking procurement processes for the transversal contract for attire and equipment. For the quarter under review, this program set 29 targets and achieved 21 targets, reflecting 72% of their targets and could not achieve 8%. The Gauteng Film Commission, as said earlier, was allocated 13,672,000 for the quarter under review and spent 10,868,000, reflecting 79% expenditure and underspending by 21%. The targets were 29 for the quarter under review, and they achieved 21 of those targets. The committee noted that the GFC legal standing is under review following a court judgment, and the committee will follow up on the process. On committee findings, the committee is concerned with never-ending non-operational monuments in the province since the advent of this administration. The committee is concerned about the school sports non-existence in the province. The committee was under the impression that the department was on overdrive for filling vacant posts. On proposed committee recommendations, the department must submit a detailed report on concrete remedial plan around the monuments. The department must submit a report outlining a provincial plan on school sports. The department to submit a full report on nurses' PANI recruitment derived by the Premier. All these reports are due to the committee and the legislature on the 28th of February 2024. In acknowledgements, on behalf of the committee, I would like to acknowledge, to thank the MEC of Sports, Honorable Murakane Msupe, the HOD, and the officials of the department. I further appreciate the deliberations, the diligent deliberations of members of the committee in the report and throughout the program. We also thank the committee staff, support staff, for their role throughout the process. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, The Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Committee adopted the second quarter performance report on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2023-2024 financial year in accordance with the Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Sports, Arts, Culture Recreation Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second, Speaker.
Oh. Honorable Shabalala seconding, thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All those in favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 5 is the Health Wellness Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Health and Wellness, including its entity, for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Dr. Dikhamela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to Honorable Premier, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, MECs, and the rest of the House and the people of Gauteng. The total appropriation budget for the department for 2022-2023 financial year was 60 billion. By the end of the second quarter, the department spent 53.6 of its overall appropriation budget for the financial year. Honorable Speaker, I request that parts of the report that I will not be able to read due to time constraints be considered as read. The department set 115 targets for addressing performance on service delivery for the quarter under review. Of the 115 targets, 71 were achieved, resulting in 62% target accomplishment. The committee concerned were the safety of paramedics, because this impacts on the service delivery rendered by the EMS to the citizens of Gauteng. This is a serious concern because their safety is now hampered by the facts that decided to take part in ensuring that they are affected. So on the recommendations, Honorable Speaker, a detailed report on the cause of shortage of medicine in facilities and plan thereof to ensure that there is no dire impact on people's health, and a written response is requested by the 31st of January 2024. The department should also provide mitigating plans to ensure that the paramedics are protected when on duty in order to ensure that these incidences do not impact on service provided to the people of Gauteng. A written response is requested by the 31st of January 2024. The department is to provide a report on the program that did not have enough students intake and mitigation plan, therefore, to ensure that the program and the target set are met. A report is expected on the 31st of January 2024. On acknowledgement, me, the chairperson, wishes to thank the Honorable MEC for Health, Honorable Nomantu Nkomora-Lehuku and her team for the preparation of the second quarter report for 2023-2024 financial year, and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions nicely raised by the committees. Highly appreciated is the selfless role of the committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee for their dedication and commitment. Honorable Litie, Honorable Kanyani, Honorable Mekgwe, congratulations, ma'am, for your achievement. You are going to give a lot of support to this committee. Honorable Bloom and Honorable Fuchs and Honorable Khadebe, we thank you as an alternative. Both you and Member Bloom, Member Fuchs are very supportive. Honorable Duplessis, And those who continuously apologize, Member Albert and Member Mekgwe, we also thank you for sending these apologies to our committee. Last but not least, I would like to acknowledge the support staff, Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Mbalo, Senior Researcher, Dr. Ninweli, and Researcher, Dr. Mukonoto, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. Ngidi, Committee Coordinator, Ms. August, and Committee Administrator, Ms. Musomi, and Service Officer, Mr. Ngobo, Hansard, Mr. Makwela, Information Officer, Ms. Nzibande, Communication Officer, Mr. Mukoka, and Public Outreach Officer. On behalf of this committee, Mr. Buthelezi, we highly appreciate what you are doing for this committee. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Health Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Health second quarter report for 2023-2024 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second, Madam Chair.
Honorable Bloom seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 6 is the debate on the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Diakha. Honorable Diakha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible? Madam Speaker, am I audible?
You are.
Can you just repeat that question?
What question? You are supposed to be speaking.
Yeah.
You are supposed to be
Madam
debating on the annual report of COGTA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies. The Democratic Alliance stands committed to the principles of cooperative governance, a system that promotes accountability, transparency, and the best interest of all South Africans. We believe that effective cooperative governance is essential for delivering efficient and equitable services to the public and ensuring that the voices of all the communities are heard. The 2022-23 annual report for COGTA and Traditional Affairs provides valuable insights into the department's performance and the challenges it faces in achieving its objectives. We note the following key observations. COGTA underspends its budget by 21,095,000 rand, primarily due to staff attrition. The department also experienced an under-collection of revenue amounting to 114,000 rand. COGTA fell short of its target for gender and disability representation in senior management positions. Only 35% of targeted women held senior positions, while only 2.5% of targeted employees with disabilities were employed. COGTA personnel expenditure amounted to 345,382,000 rand with a vacancy rate of 12.7%. The department also has a 14.71% vacancy rate for senior management services posts. The Auditor General's finding highlights significant underspending across various programs, raising concerns about COGTA's financial management practices. Based on the DA's values of principles, we want to emphasize that government must act honestly and transparently in the best interests of all South Africans. To uphold these principles in cooperative governance, we advocate for robust mechanisms to ensure that government officials and institutions are held accountable for their actions. This could involve strengthening oversight, transparency in decision-making processes, and public access to information. The DA values diversity and recognizes the right of everyone to be free from domination by others. In the context of cooperative governance, we support initiatives that empower local communities to participate in decision-making processes that affect them. This includes advocating for decentralized governance structures and meaningful community engagement in local development initiatives. As the DA, we want to emphasize the use of government resources to benefit all South Africans and not only a select few. The DA is proposing prioritization for efficient and equitable resource allocation in cooperative governance. This could involve promoting fair distribution of resources amongst different regions and communities, as well as ensuring that government spending aligns with the needs of the population. Madam Speaker, on an unannounced oversight visit to the Provincial Disaster Centre in July, the DA was shocked to find it empty with one employee present and, of course, the security. The focus of disaster management should be on the response capabilities at local and provincial government levels, ensuring that communities are well prepared for and effectively supported during emergencies and natural disasters. The DA's commitment to promoting diversity and recognizing the injustices of the past suggests a focus on advocating for inclusive policies within cooperative governance. This should or could involve supporting measures to address historical inequalities, promote representation of marginalized groups, and ensure that the needs of all South Africans are considered in governance decisions. These potential solutions align with the DA's values and principles, as well as its promoting accountable, transparent, and inclusive governance to the benefit of all. As the DA, we believe that cooperative governance is a cornerstone of effective, accountable governance in South Africa.
Thank you.
Implementing
Thank
these
you.
solutions outlined
Time
above,
up,
we can
Honorable
work together for a more inclusive government. Thank you.
Time up, Honorable Diakha. Thank you. Honorable Makwala. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The core mandate of COGTA lies in supporting municipalities with the necessary support. COGTA bears the responsibility to oversee that not only do municipalities thrive, but they also carry out their constitutional mandate to the people. True to this, COGTA should always adopt a pro-people stance where this department does not only act as an intermediate between the province and municipalities, but rather as a governmental vanguard that protects the constitutional rights of citizens. Speaker, in reviewing the overall performance of this department, we ought to look at the general state of Gauteng municipalities, much of whom leave a lot to be desired, as most of these municipalities are plagued by failures to provide basic needs to residents, capacity challenges, as well as instability despite the presence of the supposed research studies on municipal coalitions. Mfuleni municipality is a case in point. The Speaker, Jabu Pule, Mwanawa Tswenya of municipalities in the province, is said to be lacking in an operation budget to perform the most basic of services to residents, as well as its inability to collect or generate any revenue, and the municipality is currently just scraping by and surviving off the bare minimum. This is a stark contrast to municipalities like the city of Ekurhuleni, which under the EFF flourished. Since his term as the MPEG chairperson, the EFF chairperson in Gauteng, Kommissar Nkululeko Dunga, has seen the city receive a clean audit as well as awards for clean governance and good record keeping in the inaugural SCOPA Governance Awards. The Speaker, in reviewing the performance of the Department of the year under review, we note how 97% of the total budget was spent. We register our disappointment in terms of Program 1 under the sub-program on financial management with regards to the 95% of invoices paid on time. Although this might seem a victory on the part of the department, upon closer examination of the reasons given for the late invoices are unsatisfactory, considering that the department attributes this to rolling blackouts. One of the biggest challenges facing local government is around skills and capacity. and the inability of municipalities to provide sound financial reporting. As such, Speaker, one capacity building initiative conducted is nowhere near enough to begin to remedy this. For us, Speaker, the department under the sub-program of transformation has greatly failed in implementing actual targets, as one of their targets includes the capacitating of one ward committee across the province on GBV issues. How does a provincial department set a target of capacitating a single ward in a province? In terms of municipal administration and oversight, the 11th Annual Corruption Watch report released last year in 2022 reported how government is home to some of the country's most corrupt municipalities. This is despite the department reporting that 11 municipalities had been monitored and trained on ethics as well as anti-corruption matters. Furthermore, in terms of unethical financial practices, in 2022, it was estimated that the irregular expenditure of Gauteng municipalities accumulated to over 6 billion, and the COT was identified as the leader of the pack. We are concerned that COGTA has not been firm enough on the city of Tshwane. A city of Tshwane alongside Western was given additional capacity to reduce wasteful and irregular expenditure since 2021 and 2022. We must never get lost in the figures and the statistics that we forget the essence of this is the people's lives and the constitutional mandate of local government to provide people with basic services. A case in point in the failure of COGTA is to apply a firm hand. A case in point in the failure of COGTA is to apply a firm hand. The Mascal water crisis and the cholera outbreak, which claimed people's life. The EFF had previously put forth that COGTA should adopt a proper stance where it comes to municipal revenue collection, considering the dire economic situations most households find themselves in due to once more the inability of the ANC government to adequately grow the economy. Speaker, the EFF believes in innovative solutions in responding to the issues of municipality revenue. However, we had not anticipated a scenario where the Premier of our province would blatantly and publicly lie about scrapping the electricity debt bill of Gauteng residents. Speaker, it's all over the news, yet no one in the House is responding to the matter of our beloved Premier publicly stating lies that were refuted by ESCOM. The ANC has fully unleashed its election machinery, even the ANC.
Time up, thank you. Time up, thank you. Honorable Celia.
Madam Speaker, previous speakers have been clear about the successes and the challenges at COGTA. The reality is that the residents of Gauteng live much like settler communities did in the 1700s, before the benefits of indoor plumbing, fresh water and electricity. To make a contribution to this debate, I consulted an old guru of mine. Ricardo Semler is a Brazilian businessman who is best known for his radical approach to corporate governance. Semler took over his father's industrial company, Semco, in 1981 and implemented a series of unorthodox policies that challenged traditional management practices. For example, he abolished all job titles, gave employees the freedom to set their own hours of work, and encouraged them to question authority. These changes resulted in a dramatic turnaround for Semco, which became one of the most successful companies in Brazil. I then used an AI to generate ideas for failing municipalities based on Semler's philosophies. I wanted to create a work environment for municipal employees that will cause a dramatic turnaround for residents' daily lives. My Semler clone had some radical suggestions. First of all, break down the traditional hierarchical structure of municipalities and give more power and autonomy to local communities and neighbourhoods. This could involve creating neighbourhood councils with delegated decision-making authority over local issues, such as parks or sanitation. It's already happening in my constituency because residents are looking after their own substations. You can redesign the work experience of officials to give them autonomy and responsibility over their work. Invest in fostering a culture of performance, innovation, lifelong learning, and risk-taking. Automate open data initiatives and regular public reporting to make municipal finances and operations more transparent. Why could the public not be encouraged to film and record their officials while they work? It's happening on Insta anyway, just for the wrong reasons. Leverage technology to improve efficiency, transparency, and communication. Implement digital platforms for service delivery, citizen engagement, and data-driven decision-making. Accumulate and cultivate a culture of ownership, foster a sense of ownership among municipal employees and residents. The infrastructure belongs to all of us. Encourage everyone to take responsibility for improving their communities. These ideas sound risky, even scary, but they could lead to improved service delivery, increased public trust, and a more vibrant and resilient Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Dikhamela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Tonakgolo ya Gauteng, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable MECs, and Honorable members of this august House. Madam Speaker, Section 40 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa describes the principle of cooperative governance, where all spheres of government are described as being distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. In simple terms, all the spheres derive their existence from each other. It is far away from the concept of federalism. I think you are hearing me very well, ne? This principle is consistent with the way power relations have been allocated between different spheres of government. The historical grounding of this constitutional prescript is the universal document in the form of Freedom Charter. The People's Charter states that people shall govern. Madam Speaker, Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan 2030 calls for proactive approach to improve relations between national, provincial, and local government. The rationale behind this call is to build capacity in all the spheres of government to achieve the objects of capable developmental state. Against this background, the African National Congress 2019 election manifesto calls for the building of a capable developmental state that has improved the lives of millions of our people. The manifesto further acknowledges that a capable developmental state can be achieved by a national and provincial government working with local government. This approach enhances the spirit of integrated development planning across all spheres of government. Similarly, Grow Gauteng Together, GGT 2030, that seeks to assert legitimacy and authority of the state that has ability to create a positive developmental agenda that contributes towards the country and province we all want to live in. Madam Speaker, the realities of coalition governments is upon us. The evolution of South African political landscape brought to our attention the emergence of coalitions as the defining features of governance in South Africa. The 2021 local government elections brought about a sizable number of hung councils. However, it must be indicated that coalition governments are not a new phenomenon in this country. Coalitions have been a recurring phenomenon in South African politics since 1994. At the onset of democratic national government following the 1994 elections, there was a coalition known as Government of National Unity. Moreover, coalitions have been observed at the provincial level in the Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. The municipalities as well had coalitions dating back to the inaugural democratic local government elections in 2000. The coalition governments transitioned to prominence following local government elections in 2016 and 2021. However, lately the coalition governments are proving to be unstable arrangements. As a result, there is a need to introduce legislative framework to regulate these forms of government. Our position as the ANC is that a party with most of the votes must form a coalition government. As the ANC, we don't subscribe to the principle of power gains at all costs. Current experience points that quest for power make new coalitions predictable in some ways. It appears as if some political parties are lobbying for coalitions solely to weaken the ANC as the dominant party as opposed to improve service delivery, like the moonshot pack story. Madam Speaker, we support national coalition dialogue led by Deputy President Paul Mashatile that seeks to explore frameworks to control the coalition of the future. Our interest as the ANC is stability across all the spheres of government. In contrast, the ANC Local Government Election Manifesto 2021 diagnosed that instability, especially at local government, breeds some challenges which include, but not limited to, leadership is often weak and there is insufficient engagement with local communities. Some councillors are not focused on serving the communities that elected them. Sorry, Honorable Speaker. The quality of services like water, electricity, and sanitation in many municipalities do not meet the standard that residents need and expect. Shortage of skilled leadership and capable management is another important point to note. Financial instability and shrinking revenue base. There is inadequate maintenance and replacement of infrastructure. It is with this context that political parties need to accept that there will be compromises made for sake of a stable government that is capable to deliver expected services to the people of South Africa. Accordingly, we welcome the announcement made by the MEC, Mamabolo Kolobe, during the tabling of the 2023-2024 medium-term budget policy statement to the effect that Gauteng Provincial Treasury commissioned a project manager to analyze the details of improving red tape in municipalities. This intervention may not be a panacea to governance challenges faced by our municipalities. However, it is a step in the positive direction. We further welcome MEC Mamabolo's announcement that COGTA will receive a capital injection amounting to 441 million earmarked for energy projects within the province. Madam Speaker, we are building Gauteng province together. I therefore thank this opportunity to address this August sitting of Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Matsogo.
Can I therefore request Honorable MEC Khumalo to reply to the debate?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Presiding Officers of the House, Honorable Premier, and the colleagues from the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Member Lesego Makhubela, Honorable members of this House, the leaders of the opposition, the people of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen. Speaker, let me start, let me open my debate by referring to this proverb. I quote, "The one being carried does not realize how far away the town is," close quote. I would, however, in response to this, learn from Member Mamabolo, particularly as it relates to Member De Jager, because indeed Member De Jager does attend all the portfolio committee meetings, and there's constructive engagement that is happening at that particular level. And even listening to his inputs, they capture some of the concerns we're having. I would just hope that many of the mayors, particularly the one from Tshwane, is listening to the input as made by Member De Jager on cooperative governance and why that is critical in the process of us doing our work. But I also realize, Madam Speaker, that honorable members in this House are very cautious in engaging and debating this report. Cautious because many of them know what they are doing in local municipalities, know what their parties are doing in local municipalities and what the contribution of their parties are. So the confidence of blaming the governing party is no more there, because if they do that, we can show them the kind of things that they are doing. Ekurhuleni being one of the fast deteriorating municipality, to an extent that whilst people are decrying COGTA, the deployment policy of the governing party, what we see happening in Ekurhuleni is worse than the policy itself. I can tell you confidently here that officials are appointed along party lines. There is no jika there. Either you are with us or not, we will fight for you. If not, we will collapse this coalition government. I'm sure seated here in this House, in our little corners, some of us have come to accept that coalition government are failing or have failed. You might not want to pronounce it because you are beneficiary as matter stands, but that's the reality. Unfortunately, people who are suffering are communities out there. On the debt relief support program of municipalities, I do not understand why people will think that the Premier was misleading or the Premier was lying. I think, Madam Speaker, if we can take time and go through Circular 124, we will understand what the Premier was communicating as such. Because Circular 124 talks about the debt relief support program for municipalities. One of the issues that is addressing there is the fact that there must be write-offs of the debts that municipalities own. Now, municipalities do not own debts out of nowhere. They owe ESCOM and rent water, for example, because our communities there are not paying or they are not able to pay. As such, I think what the Premier was emphasizing is that as ESCOM writes off for those particular municipalities, municipalities must consider doing the same to the residents so that there's benefit for our communities insofar as that is concerned. I think we must bring that context properly on the issue that was raised. There was no intention whatsoever from the Premier to try and mislead the society. I think people are just reading that out of context as such. We indicated at that time that we will continue to ensure that we sustain the clean audit that the department has received, but and we said to officials that's non-negotiable. We are, however, concerned that the municipalities are not getting the same, and to that extent, Madam Speaker, we are working hard with municipality to do the following one: to promote good cooperative governance, that we have functional and stable municipalities, to strengthen participatory democracy and promote, which is very important, financial resilience in municipality by revenue management plans and implementing plans to improve the identified gaps. In this regard, we have supported municipalities, or our support included the following: legal and labor expertise and support towards simplified revenue plans, financial viability assessment and training for municipal public account committees, support to improve audit outcomes, including the implementation of audit action plan. We're spending more time on this one, Madam Speaker, and we're happy that the AG has availed his or her officials to work with us to ensure that we really help municipalities insofar as this is concerned. It is our commitment that when we celebrate our clean audit, we do so with all the municipalities in the province as such. We also provide our support include integrated planning and implementation of the district development model as such. We are conducting performance evaluation that will enable COGTA to develop targeted intervention to support municipalities. Each intervention would be unique and it will be based on the circumstances of the municipality. That report, we will share it with this House. And it is in that report that the issue of coalition government would squarely be placed within this House for further engagement, dealing with the reality that exists there. We are thoroughly following the prescripts, the law, insofar as such matters are concerned, because we don't want to necessarily be found wanting as such. We are also, as part of improving the state of municipality, ensure that we intervene on issues of water and sanitation through infrastructure development, build accountability, capable and effective local municipality, and stabilize the finances. Our key program in this regard is Back to Basic, which is helping us to engage not only with municipalities, but ensure that municipality does engage with their constituencies in this regard, our communities. On intervention on energy supply infrastructure, we will continue with our program of fixing and buying new transformers. This is very important because quite a sizable number of our people within the province are affected by that, and we welcome the allocation to the department to intervene insofar as the issue of energy is concerned. And in this regard, Madam, we want to ensure that our objective is to remove the province out of load shedding, and we are working hard. I'm supported in this regard by MEC Mamabolo, MEC Tasnim. We are working together with the City Power. We've identified strategic opportunities that will enable us to do so. You can say how, but we're doing the right thing, and we can tell you that in no time, this province will be out of load shedding as such. Not on promises, but on practical steps that we are taking on the ground. In terms of disaster management, we have identified a new site for disaster management in Merafung to help intervene there, but also in the province we have identified a site that would, where we would put together what I call the disaster management of the future as such. Of course, taking into account that the current situation as it stands, insofar as this intervention is concerned, it's not an ideal thing. Let me take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the COGTA Portfolio Committee led by Honorable Fasia Hassan, and also thank Honorable Khamela, who led debate today. Included there is also the HOD, Dr. Bartley, together with his EMT team that is helping us to deal with this. Let me close with this quote by Chinua Achebe that, I quote, "Every generation must recognize and embrace the task it is peculiarly designed by history and by providence to performance," close quote. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let's have the next order.
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research, Development and E-Government Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the financial year 2022-2023.
Honorable Mekgwe.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and greetings to all the honorable members present here. I would also request that the parts of the report that I would not read be taken as read. The Portfolio Committee's consents. It is concerned that the COGTA Annual Report 2023 financial year the unfulfilled pledge made by the government to work with all the municipalities in the province to improve their financial viability, which was impacted by the national lockdown. 2, the slow progress that is being made by the establishment of the multidisciplinary team of revenue experts as part of the Debt Management Committee to help struggling municipalities to develop an integrated revenue enhancement and debtors management plan, and to ensure accurate billing. On the proposed arrangements, on the proposed committee recommendations, that the following are the portfolio committee's recommendation of the COGTA annual report 2022 financial year, 2022-2023 financial year, which the department should respond by the 31st of January 2024. 1, the department should provide the portfolio committee with a status report on the interventions in place to assist the municipalities in the province to improve their financial viability. 2, the department should provide the portfolio committee with a progress report on the improvement made by the established multidisciplinary team of revenue experts as part of the Debt Management Committee to help struggling municipalities to develop an integrated revenue enhancement debtors management plan and to ensure accurate billing. 3, the department should provide the portfolio committee with a progress report on the interventions being implemented by the national, provincial, and the state-owned entities to address service delivery and governance challenges in Mfuleni municipality. The portfolio should monitor the implementation of the gender-based violence and femicide programs in 4 municipalities, noting that there was a gradual implementation that was reported in the first quarter of the current financial year, 2023-2024. The department should share with the portfolio the plans that are in place to boost the morale, especially of youth and those who will be the first-time voters, to woo them into voting in next year's national elections. On acknowledgement, the acting chairperson, Honorable Mekgwe, wishes to thank the Honorable MEC Khumalo, the HOD, and all other staff members. And also the chairperson also wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the portfolio committee as identified there. Furthermore, the portfolio committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the support staff as written in the report. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the COGTA and the eGov Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the Gauteng Department of COGTA Annual Performance Report for the 2022-2023 financial year for adoption, taking into consideration of the committee comments and proposed recommendations made. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder to the report? Any seconder to the report?
I rise as Honorable Masuku to second the report.
Thank you very much. I now pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of E-Government for the financial year 2022-2023.
I now call upon Honorable Dijacher.
Chair, I want to draw your attention to the concerning failures of the Gauteng Department of eGov, particularly in the oversight of its technical performance. The analysis of the department's performance reveals shortcomings that have impacted its ability to deliver on its mandate. On Programme 1, the Department's strategic objective to ensure efficient administration and management has been marred by several unachieved targets. While some targets were met, the failure to meet targets related to procurement spent on companies owned by people with disabilities and Department of Development of Military Veterans Policy is alarming. Additionally, the discrepancy in the reportment vacancy rate raises concern about the accuracy of the department's internal data. On Programme 2, the shared services also present a dismal picture of the department's performance. The failure to achieve targets related to the provision of WAN, LAN and VoIP services due to budget constraints and delayed equipment delivery is a clear indication of inadequate planning and resource management. While some targets were met, the overall performance is overshadowed by significant underperformance in critical areas. On Programme 3, which aims to modernize HR businesses' processes, also reflects a mixed performance. While some targets were achieved, the department's failure to meet targets related to the rollout of ESS module and training of Gauteng departments on the online ESS module is a cause for concern. The department's technical performance raises questions about the ability to leverage technology to improve service delivery effectively. The failure to meet critical targets, particularly those related to procurement opportunities for marginalized groups, is a disservice to the citizens of Gauteng City region. In response to these failures, the department must take urgent steps to address the identified shortcomings.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
You, Chair.
Honorable Mekgwe.
Chair. Chair, the EFF remains opposed to the Gauteng provincial government having e-governance as a standalone department. We believe this is just another part of the system of the ANC. Deployment has no value for the people of this province. Since its establishment as a department, it has never done anything meaningful, tangible to the people of Gauteng. Access to internet and information communication technology remains a major problem for majority of South Africans, particularly unemployed people of this province. There are millions of unemployed young people of this province still struggling to use an expensive internet services from these private internet providers. Speaker, the department cannot even maintain its own ICT infrastructure. It relies heavily on professional services to manage the Gauteng broadband network, which is where the bulk of the budget is being directed. The department's budget should focus on ensuring that the Gauteng provincial government provides free Wi-Fi at all provincial, state-owned public transport system, clinics, hospitals, government buildings, schools, and provincial institutes of higher learning. At our public health institutions, patients' records should be digitalized and to make it easy for health professionals to access them with any hassles. This will reduce the waiting period and long queues. The department has failed to provide its ICT plan detailing how the Gauteng provincial government will digitalize and migrate to paperless facilities, process and services over the next financial year and even beyond exposing. This department is of no use as it cannot even establish a well-resourced social media unit that communicates provincial government announcement. Ngiyabonga, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Celius.
Deputy Chair, Chairs, eGov operates in a highly disrupted and uniquely accelerant environment. Policymakers globally are grappling to adapt at scale and to understand the evolution of a web-native citizenry and the impacts of the new normal on lawmaking, oversight and public participation. New frontiers are being disclosed at such great speed that it's hard to keep up. For example, when my colleagues were speaking in the House earlier during the debate, I employed the use of an artificial intelligence to listen in to what you're saying. While you were all speaking, my AI assistant was analysing your speech in real time to assess the overall sentiment of your words and to identify the key topics and themes in the speech. It was cross-referencing this information you are giving to the House with other sources of information, such as news articles, social media posts, and government reports. It was preparing talking points for my rebuttal by identifying key arguments, supporting evidence, and potential counter-arguments. It was also monitoring social media for the reactions to your speech and identifying key trends and sentiment in the online conversation. This is incredible. Not only does it allow me to be prepared, informed, and able to rebut with facts in real time, but it facilitates a world for all of us where we can learn exactly what we need to know, exactly when we need it. Think about that when you're sitting in a committee and you experience this suspicion that officials are not being truthful with you. But this is the world of eGov. Cyber attacks are becoming increasingly sophisticated and costly, causing billions of rands of damage every year. These attacks can disrupt critical infrastructure, steal sensitive data, even damage reputations. The increasing frequency and severity of cyber attacks highlight the growing vulnerability of our digital world. The member there in red alluded to this. The gap between those who have access to and can use technology and those who do not is widening. This divide is creating new forms of inequality and exclusion, limiting opportunities for education, employment, and civic participation. Our personal data is being collected and analysed at an unprecedented scale. This data can be used to target us with advertising, track our movements, and even predict our behaviour. The potential for misuse of this data raises serious concerns about privacy and surveillance. The rapid pace of technological change is outpacing the ability of governments to regulate and manage this world. This is leading to a lack of oversight and accountability, which can have serious consequences for individual agency, but also for our society as a whole. We cannot put this genie back in the bottle, but we can govern for individual freedom. One of the solutions that I'm interested in is something called GovStack. GovStack is a global open source initiative that aims to create a common set of building blocks for governments to build digital services. The goal of GovStack is to make it easier and faster for governments to develop and deliver services to their citizens and businesses. One of the key building blocks of GovStack is something called the information mediator. The information mediator is a component that acts as a gateway between different systems and applications. It provides a number of services, including allowing applications to discover the services that are available in GovStack, routes requests from applications to appropriate services. It transforms data between different formats. It provides a number of security features, such as authentication and authorization. This means that existing government departments wouldn't have to change their systems or their devices. They wouldn't have to contract new people or, in fact, replace anything. If CETA and eGov, by extension, plugs in the information mediator using something like X-Road, it will create a single, unified portal for residents to access a wide range of government services, from licensing, paying taxes, storing health records, getting academic records, to applying for a job, irrespective of your operating system and in real time. If you use artificial intelligence to automate these processes, it can all happen in a second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mekgwe.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Before I speak, it's 14 minutes. Dennis Goldberg was an activist against the struggle of the apartheid, which was condemned by the United Nations and declared as the crime against humanity. The inhuman acts which resulted from the policies and practices of apartheid. The late Comrade Dennis Goldberg was the accused number 3 in the Rivona trial and the youngest of them all. I've decided to dedicate my speech to him because when the underground wing of Umkhonto weSizwe was founded, it was in December 1961. He became a technical officer whose aim was to act only against hard targets such as pylons and avoid an injury or loss of life. Our late Isituhalendwe Tata Kgodihlahla Mandela, uMadiba uDlomo, uYemyem, uVela Bampenzele, uNqolo Msilo left this earth in December. We are highly indebted to all our heroes and heroines whose blood was shed in the fight against the illegitimate minority apartheid regime, and all those who dedicated and sacrificed their lives in our quest for the freedom we enjoy today. We further dip our revolutionary banners for the passing of the 13 mine workers, of which 75 are in hospital, and we wish them speedy recovery. It's almost 2 months today of the Israel and Palestine war. We wholeheartedly dip our revolution flags and banners for all those who have perished, and we are genuinely support their struggles against the Israel apartheid regime. Aluta continua. The mandate of the eGov department is to roll out the network infrastructure that will connect government facilities, including hospitals, offices, and economic zones. It endeavors to create an enabling platform and support services, enabling Gauteng City Region entities to deliver e-government governance structure to drive priorities, policies, standards, and regulations, promote the usage of e-government services, stimulate the ICT economy through facilitating incubation and innovation, and encourage public and private partnerships for the development and rollout of the e-government services. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the mandate debates have just reminded me of the role of our strategies and tactics and the role of the National Democratic Revolution. As some of the speakers on the other side of the House called my movement, the African National Congress, a useless ANC and a useless government. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, then please allow me to turn back the clock to 2016, when they all campaigned to ensure that the ANC must lose the elections so that they will form a formidable government that will turn things around. They promised voters heaven and earth. Guess what then happened thereafter? In 2018, Tshwane municipality cut off the free Wi-Fi, which the majority of both schools and out-of-school youth, who are the majority of the population in Gauteng, were denied access to free Wi-Fi. They denied them their right to apply for jobs, for looking into job opportunities and furthering their studies. Both the city of Tshwane and the city of Joburg were led by the DA mayors and their coalitions. Guess who were those mayors at that time? The debates against the free Wi-Fi began in 2017, immediately after they took over. If they were serious about service delivery, or if they are serious about service delivery and their attempts to woo the youth to vote for them, then why did they deny them the free Wi-Fi? Today, they've forgotten their sins as they now claim to be saints. Different groups and pacts of unseating the ANC is being driven by ulterior motives and not about the people first and changing their lives for better life. How many jobs and job opportunities have they created as we speak from 2016? How many black-owned big and small businesses have they supported where they govern or where they once governed? There is a saying that says, if you live in glass houses, don't throw stones. Amika Cabral once said, hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures. Claim no easy victories. Their hatred of the ANC is not about changing the people's lives, whilst they are fully aware of the impact and the implications of the coalitions they so dearly in love with. In Cape Town, where DA governs, the beaches and tidal pools have been labeled in red, which indicates a health risk and high bacteria count. In Central Falls Bay, Lagoon Beach in Milnerton, Makasa to Gordons Bay, and 3 Anchor Bay Beach, whereas they have been very vocal about the impact of landslide and heavy storms impact to infrastructure in Durban and surrounding areas. In Zulu, there is a saying that says, Uma ukomba omunye umuntu ngomunwe, iminwe e3 ikombe wena. Fellow South Africans, people of Gauteng, do not be fooled by heaven and earth promises. They've already demonstrated high level of incapacity. Today, they no longer say, well, we govern, there is this and that, because we see their incapacity in the Gauteng municipalities. We see their incapacity in the Gauteng municipalities they govern and where they once governed. I'm deployed in Alexander. Let me tell you what the DA councillors are doing in 2 wards. They don't service the blacks or Africans. They tell them that they would not service them because they did not vote for them. This is what they will do if you happen to trust their ways. You will think about going back to Egypt because it was better than what you'll be experiencing. Ask the people of Alex, they will tell you the truth. Vote wisely and don't vote for the hyenas in sheepskins. Vote for the ANC. One Joburg DA mayor, one Joburg DA mayor appointed the financial company owned by his wife. Yinto enjani leyo, if this is not nepotism and corruption. The ANC-led government is on course. The Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, is a shared strategic framework for inclusive growth and sustainable development, and a global strategy to optimize the use of Africa's resources to the benefit of Africa. It is therefore has to be seen in the context of long work of Africa's struggles against colonialism and foreign domination, and Africa in pursuit of self-determination, freedom, justice, peace, and prosperity. It is a call to action and a clarion call which represents the aspirations of the African people led by the National Congress. The implementation of the eGov strategy is in line with the Agenda 2063 and the National Development Plan. The drones and helicopters, the panic buttons and gadgets will play a big role in enhancing our endeavors to fight crime for us who are not staying in gated houses. Honorable MEC, you are doing a great job. We congratulate you for the injection of the new money for this project. We are in the right lane, Siako. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the ANC's commitment to transformation of information of ICT policy is expressed in resolutions adopted at different conferences. Similarly, the 55th National Conference of the ANC resolved that a focused process be set between government departments to coordinate and harmonize policies and incentives, especially those related to the ICT, to encourage and support innovation. The 55th National Conference noted that fiber connectivity remains critical for the rollout of universal access to connectivity to all communities. The ANC further notes that there is a need to extend fiber to rural communities and townships to ensure attainment of the fiber, the home policy goal. According to the conference resolve to direct government to develop a national digital economy blueprint by 2023 to ensure that at least 50% of South Africa is digitized. The department was able to achieve milestones in the following areas. It achieved 92% of supplier invoices to be paid within 15 days receipts. It achieved 60% of procurement spend on request for quote below 1 million on township economy. It achieved 55% of procurement budget spent on companies owned by women, and target was achieved at 64%. It recorded 2% procurement budget spent on companies owned by the people with disabilities. The target was 7%. It achieved 8% procurement budget spent on companies owned by military veterans. The target was 3%. The reported 9.60% vacancy rate and underspent post-establishment. In closing, the above milestones are a step in the positive direction towards the ANC National Conference resolution on a need to transform the ownership and control in the sector to include wider participation, especially blacks, women, youth, and people with disability. It also is noteworthy that the department managed to support and manage 75 previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs. In conclusion, we welcome 10 million, I'm raising it again, in conclusion, we welcome 10 million additional funding allocated by MEC Mamabulo during the medium-term budget policy statement for the implementation of the e-panic button project. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department is well on track to achieve its core mandate of modernizing the public service for the benefit of all Gauteng people. Rumoho, we're working together with communities. Vote ANC, asina mona, asina nzondo. Say to me, say ANC. Amanda.
Thank you very much. MEC Kumalo, respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, acknowledging all that we did in the first debate we had. If it was according to me, after listening to Member Mekgwe, I would just have sat down and said nothing because I think she concluded everything else. However, let me just take again the opportunity to thank Member Dijacher because you tried by all means to respond to the issues that are contained in the report and not to the issues that you think are contained in the report, because there's a vast difference there. And I think we are noting quite a number of issues that you are raising with ourselves. The problem with the EFF is that they don't know what we're doing. They have their own imagination of the department itself, and therefore they are not responding to the issues as contained in the report. I don't think they've even read the report. They've not read the report. Copy and paste, you must have read it to understand it. You have not done that either. Now, the member referred, she says that this department is just the scene of the ANC. Now, so the primary mandate of eGov is to digitize government services in the Gauteng province. This involves the transformation of traditional manual government processes into digital formats, thereby enhancing the accessibility of efficiency and effectiveness of services for the public. A critical component of this mandate is the provision of robust information communication strategy, connectivity infrastructure. This infrastructure serves as a backbone for digital services, ensuring reliable and high-speed internet access across government departments and facilities. Furthermore, eGov is tasked with creating and maintaining the necessary ICT platform. These platforms are essential for supporting various e-government applications and services, enabling seamless interaction between government and citizens, as well as within different government departments. The ultimate goal of eGov mandate is to foster a digitally empowered, efficient, and connected government in the province of Gauteng, aligning with broader objectives of modernization and technology advancement in public service delivery. Now, if that is the scene of the ANC, so be it. I think that's the point, that would be my message to the EFF. Member Silias, I think you are just making a presentation on artificial intelligence and not necessarily responding on the issues as contained in the report. We'll call you in the department one day just to take us through your presentation as such. But just to note that in terms of security cyber strategy, our security cyber strategy extends beyond our own borders as a department. We are working together, or we're in a collaborative effort with corporate sectors and partners to try and ensure that there's a collective defense insofar as matters of security cyber is concerned. Let me just indicate, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that the Gauteng Department of eGov continue to modernize the public service in Gauteng to create better access to public services. This, amongst others, were done by housing 44 services in our Gauteng digital platform, which services have got the following. There's a 15 e-services that were tested. This include the e-petition application service, which will host all petitions that were received in a paper based on electronic format for the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. But we also are involved in the matric exam app, and this app is gaining traction each and every year. Just last year, when we introduced it, it hits 25,000 hits in less than 6 hours of the results being made available. The invoicing application, which helps quite a number of small business, continue to save entrepreneurs time from driving to government offices to submit an invoice. They can simply do this through online. We are continuing with our flagship program, which is the Gauteng Provincial Network. We've indicated in this House, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that our people in the following hostel: Josh Koch, Jeppe Hostel, Denver Hostel, MBA Hostel, Murray and Robert Hostel, Retabile LTA Hostel, were provided with Wi-Fi hotspots, connectivity. You can go and stay there and enjoy the Wi-Fi there. Enhance, The CCTV surveillance system cameras have been installed in major roads, in business centers, in schools, in crime hotspot areas, and hostels. We have, in the current financial year, mounted over 144 CCTV and are installing another 50 in tish areas. Here's the issue. We are making a commitment that we are going to escalate this to ensure that we reach the objective of the Premier and beyond of installing about 6,000 cameras. Discussions in this regard with different partners are at advanced stage to help us to. Our aim basically is to ensure that we have the cameras all over the province, because we think they do help to fight crime. If you go to countries such as China and so on, you will see what we're really talking about. The e-panic button, we accept the further allocation that has been made, and we're going to accelerate that quickly. We're continuing to help young people with ICT skills. Thus far, about 10,588 young people are beneficiary of this program, and this program has been held in the 5 corridors that we have in our province. Madam Deputy Chair of Chair, let me thank the entire eGov department staff and management led by HOD Dr. Bartley and the portfolio committee led by Chairperson Honorable Fasia and the members who are participating for their valuable support and direction throughout the year. Let me close by quoting Kwame Nkrumah. I quote, "Those who would judge us merely by the heights we have achieved will do well to remember the depth from which we started." I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, MEC. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Consideration of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research, Development and E-Government Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of E-Gov Financial Year 2022-2023.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon the acting chairperson, May Mekgwe.
Ngiyabonga Mhlonishwa. I'll read the executive summary, and I'll also request that part of the report that I won't read be taken as read. This committee oversight report provides an overview of the performance of the Gauteng Department of eGov for the 2022-2023 financial year, and seeks to measure progress in implementation of projects and efficiency in the utilization of the allocated budget. The core mandate of the Department of eGov is to modernize the public service by rolling out and maintaining the Gauteng broadband network, with the aim to promote service delivery efficiencies for the Gauteng provincial government and community centers. The GBN project is implemented under Project 2, ICT Shared Services. To achieve its objectives, the department was appropriated an amount of 1.735 billion to fund 3 programs, namely administration, ICT, shared services, and human resource services, with expenditure amounting to 1.5 billion, which is 92% of the allocation. The under expenditure is attributed mainly to the vacant funded posts across all programs and delayed procurement processes for goods and services relating to the GBN. The bulk of the department expenditure was realized in Program 2, the ICT shared services, mainly for the provision of ICT services through the GBN. The department reported an achievement of numerous milestones, albeit at slow pace, since the rollout of the GBN project. These include, among others, the rollout of ICT infrastructure development, testing and rollout of e-services, as well as providing identified sites with Wi-Fi, LAN, VoIP, The implementation of voice over internet protocol connection has reduced telephone communication costs between departments. Progress has also been made on the implementation of the common platform that allows citizens to access a wide range of government services through a simple window at a click of a button. To build capable state, provincially developed applications are periodically tested on the design and validation center to eliminate crashes, thereby minimizing disrupted connectivity. To build enabling ICT infrastructure, the department modernized, upgraded core network nodes, thereby increasing connectivity to provincial services. A number of open data sets were published and data analytics projects were executed. Through the development of the ICT standards and ICT lifecycle roadmaps, the department is able to strengthen governance on the province ICT. To promote the use of the e-government services, the department conducted e-services advocacy workshops and conducted customer satisfaction service with client departments on service offerings. Let me go to the findings, recommendations, and implications on lawmaking. The first concern is that the Portfolio Committee conducted oversight and monitored the performance of the department quarterly as per prescripts of the public sector model. As such, recommendations to assist the department in achieving set objectives and realizing outcomes were advanced during in the year monitoring performance, and the results will be noticeable in the next financial year. On recommendations, the Portfolio Committee encourages the department to continue adhering to set project plans to achieve targets. In acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends to the Honorable MC Kumalo and officials of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberations of annual performance report process goes to all the honorable members of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development, and e-Government Portfolio Committee members. The committee also's gratitude is extended to all the support staff as identified there on adoption. After due consideration, the Corporate Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development, and e-Government Portfolio Committee adopted the annual performance report of the Department of E-Government for the 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research and Development, and e-Government Portfolio Committee presents this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's report on the annual performance report of the Department of e-Gov for the 22-23 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's get a seconder. A seconder to the report. Mem Ngeli.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'm rise for second the report.
Thank you. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 2022-2023.
Honorable Bosch. Honorable Bosch,
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I apologize, my connection is really bad due to load shedding, so I hope you can hear me.
Go on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. This is the third year that I participated in the debate on the annual report for the Department of Community Safety during the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children in the House. Yet the story remains grim. Women and children are brutally attacked, crime is rampant, and our communities live in fear. Not much has changed over the past year. 3 months ago, an 80-year-old Gogo was raped in Mabopane, and the perpetrator has still not been prosecuted. 2 weeks ago, a pregnant woman was brutally raped with a glass bottle shoved up her vagina, and her unborn baby was brutally killed in the process. Last week, another woman with a baby was shot in Riverlee. The mother passed away while the baby suffered severe injuries. 2,096 rape cases were registered in Gauteng in the last 3 months, and yet the MEC is quiet on these matters. The annual performance plan, with its promises of panic buttons and safety wardens, offered false hope. The grand plans have failed to translate into tangible results. This is evident through the rising crime statistics and the deteriorating state of the police stations. Oversight reports reveal significant challenges: poor police visibility, low detection rates, and inadequate bylaw enforcement. Despite receiving 50 new vehicles to improve visibility, 22 of them have already been crashed by safety wardens. This begs the question, are we prioritizing resources over competence? The MEC has the power to change the culture, address crime, and restore trust between the community and the police. She needs to have the political will, passion, and drive to do this. It is clear that both the MEC and Premier Lai Sufi have lost the fight against crime and are merely waiting their term out to pass the problem onto the DA to bring about real change. The MEC must actively fight for more resources and devolve policing power to provincial and local levels. We need a blue force to deter criminals and restore community trust. This requires not only performance targets, but also political will and a passion for safety. The current government has failed to address crime and has merely promised change without action. The DA, when elected in 2024, will focus on tangible solutions, not empty promises, nor lies will be made to the community. We will change the culture within the department and work with the minister to implement effective solutions. Chair of Chairs, we cannot play with people's lives anymore. One life lost is one too many. This must be the last annual report, devoid of real progress. The DA has done its oversight inspections of the police stations and understand exactly the challenges and what needs to be addressed. We are willing and ready to engage the Minister of Police to find a way to stop crime and bring back safety in Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mtlankom.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Speaker, the department received budget allocation of 1.3 billion for the 2022 and 2023 financial year, compared to 980 million received in 2021 and 2022 financial year. This was a substantial increase, and we had hoped that this allocation will be used prudently to ensure the safety of the residents of Gauteng. Gauteng is in serious trouble because it is regarded as the capital city of crime in this country. And we expect a decisive and proactive approach when we use our resources to fight when fighting all forms of crimes. Deputy Chair of Chairs, it is very disingenuous of this department to underspend the allocated budget when the province is in such a crisis. This is no time to play to the gallery when people are no longer feeling safe, even inside their homes. Yet the department underspent the budget. This is the money that could have been used to assist in fighting crime in the province. Deputy Chair of Chairs, Gauteng Provincial Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Elias Mawela presented Gauteng crime stats of the second quarter 2023-2024 financial year. EFF notes the crime remain high in this province. We note the increment of common assault, murder, attempted murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, and contact crimes. We note the decrease of common robbery and grievous bodily harm. Murder remains high in this province, which shows that no one is safe because of guns. The department has wasted in excess of 654 million to purchase expensive vehicles for crime prevention wardens, of which 22 have already crashed in the 6 months of their existence. Due to bad driving, instead of equipping them with the resources to fight crime, you give them BMWs and Ginopkiris, whilst they are expected to fight crime on the ground. At least now they are in training, not this thing of deploying them in client services center to certify affidavits. We also note that the unit is not recognized by the national SEPs. EFF has been questioning the criteria used to employ crime prevention wardens. The department has now increased from 6,000 to 7,117 wardens. While previously, in the previous quarter, the system only absorbed 4,981 due to lack of matric and other documents required. Speaker, Diepsloot needs a serious intervention in terms of crime. Residents are living in fear every day of their lives. Can the department ensure us that the entire residents of Gauteng will be safe in hands and protected once crime prevention wardens complete their training? Speaker, as I conclude, I don't blame community of Diepsloot for uniting against crime, but our concern is when innocent people be victims of vigilantism. Clearly, subs stationed at Diepsloot can't handle the crime happening in that area. They need serious intervention. We need more Operation Chanyela on the ground, visibility of police in every corner of the province. Let us all cross over to 2024. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Robinson.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. As the festive season approaches, I am already fearful for the safety of road users and pedestrians in Gauteng alike. Last year alone, we saw 290 road fatalities in the province over the same period. Not enough is being done to ensure the safety of road users. What is commendable is the department's commitment to running road safety operations and hitting all the predetermined objectives as set out in the annual performance plan. 9,545 reckless and negligent driving operations were conducted, 16,715 speed operations were conducted, over 2,000 drunken driving operations were conducted, and almost 3,000 pedestrian operations were conducted, which is much higher than in the previous financial year. While these numbers appear impressive, two questions come to mind. Are these operations effective? Are the targets that were set high enough to bring about a real sense of road safety? I would hope that the targets set out for traffic management are not arbitrary targets that merely assist the department in succeeding in a frivolous tick box exercise. Despite hitting all these targets, our roads remain unsafe for motorists and pedestrians alike. I concede that reckless, negligent or drunken driving remain behavioural problems. However, the lack of 24/7 traffic policing certainly does not assist in mitigating these risks. A whole minister was robbed and our traffic police were nowhere to be found. Let me remind you that headlines suggest that the so-called crime wardens contributed to these road accident figures. 22 brand new BMW cars were allegedly crashed by crime wardens, while police stations don't have enough vehicles. How does this happen when the most common place we see crime wardens is in police station customer service centres illegally acting as commissioners of oath? The command centre is vitally important. We are losing the battle to fight crime and to ensure responsible driving in this province. But year after year, there seems to be no progress in getting it up and running. Why? Finally, with the use of technology, the department can move from the 20th century into the 21st century. However, the failed implementation of its outcomes towards the command centre does not inspire any hope that we will see the projects come to fruition. This would be a travesty, as an unspent budget is useless and becomes just mere numbers on a paper that tells the story of something that could have been. As I conclude, I must emphasize the importance of the work being done by this department. When we look at any of the statistics from this department, we must remember that we are not dealing with numbers and obscure figures. We are dealing with people. If the department succeeds, we will have a far happier and safer province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nkosi Malubani.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me start by acknowledging the Premier, the members of the Executive, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker in absentia, yourself as Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members, and of course our stakeholders. Small wins lead to big victories. Celebrate and build on each step taken forward. Yes, Gauteng is among 3 high crime rate provinces, while not the most dangerous than Western Cape and KZN. Yes, Gauteng needs urgent intervention to fight crime. Yes, the people do not feel safe in this province, and with good reasons. Let's start here. No hiding, no sugarcoating. Let's agree and acknowledge that we live in a very unsafe province. It is important that we start with such an admission because it takes maturity and selflessness to admit on weaknesses. However, it takes strength and courage to do something about it. So yes, while we know the high crime rate in Gauteng, we also know the drop in some crime categories as evident in the recent Gauteng crime stats. Political parties may be sensational. They may use scare tactics for immoral objectives. They may even misrepresent media reports, but numbers do not lie. Where crime rates have dropped in certain categories, it has happened under the capable leadership of the ANC-led government. So as difficult as it may be for some of us in this House to acknowledge this fact, we have to commend the Department of Community Safety and Premier Lesufi for making a dent, although small, in the crime stats of our province. We have to commend our provincial leadership for in a small way, enhancing the quality of lives of people of Gauteng with respect to safety and security. We therefore welcome the ANC-led government-led Department of Community Safety's continued efforts to implement its mandate of promoting safer Gauteng for all. These efforts resonate well with the commitment made by Premier Lesufi in his State of the Province address in February 2023. Less talk, more work. Premier Lesufi announced a number of intervention packages to reduce the frontiers of criminality by committing a budget of fighting crime from 750 million to multi-billion in the next 3 years. The intervention include to connect suburbs, townships, business districts, schools, and other public places with high-tech face and car recognition CCTVs. to arm residents with panic buttons, with e-panic buttons that will be linked to our law enforcement agencies, CCTVs, and our new state-of-the-art integrated command center. Introduction of 2 new helicopters at the beginning of the financial year and addition of 4 additional helicopters within the 2023-24 budget cycle. Procurement of 180 state-of-the-art drones that will infiltrate areas that are difficult to patrol and police. Procurement of 400 new police cars so that from the 1st of May, every ward in our communities will have a 24-hour patrol car equipped with proper gadgets, and the 6,000 young men and women affectionately known as Amapanya crime wardens, who have been appointed through an initiative of the Premier, and now they are no longer 6,000, but they've increased to 7,000, and the process was very transparent. These wardens assist with the visible policing and crime detection, 2 areas urgently required on our streets. While our province remains the highest contributor to crime in the country, we welcome the small 2.6 decrease in the province between July and September. Let us, at the very least, welcome the marked decrease in the property-related crimes, including burglary at residential and non-residential premises, theft of motor vehicles, and cycle between July and September. This again, honorable members, numbers do not lie. 10 out of 17 communities reported that serious crimes were reduced, with almost 3,000 counts less than the same period last year. Overall, Gauteng recorded a decrease in property-related crimes, which include burglary at residential and non-residential patterns, theft of motor vehicles and cycles, and stock theft. Property-related crimes decreased by over 1,000 counts. Arson as well as malicious damage to property was reduced. The reduction in burglaries at residential premises is especially important because this is the contact families where people are at their most vulnerable and in a relaxed environment. It is evident that the crime detection and prevention strategies are bearing fruits, as we are able to see that police deployment have translated to the detection of crime that will have otherwise never been reported. Let us also be considerate that the detection of these crimes is dependent on the deployment of law enforcement agencies and crime intelligence officers. An increase in these crimes, as unfortunate as it is proof, nonetheless, that SAP's crime patterns and threat analysis are precisely on target. As such, we know that during the July-September period alone, more than 1,000 arrests were made for possession of unlicensed firearm, and ammunition, while at least 1,000 and more than 16,000 ammunition was recovered. Just under 10,000 suspects were arrested for possession of drugs, whilst more than 3,000 were nabbed for dealing in drugs, wherein more than 20,000 grams of various drugs were confiscated. This may not be the end of crime. Of course, it is far cry from that, but it is a small step in the right direction. These successes do not fall from the sky, nor any suspect marching to prison. They get arrested and processed by the police. Currently, our prisons are 46% over capacity. This has meant that indeed some of the government crime-fighting strategies are yielding positive results. Thank you very much, Honorable Mazibuko. However, despite these achievements, we acknowledge that the journey is still long, the climb is still steep, and the road is still bumpy. We remain concerned that some crime detected as a result of police action, which include illegal possession of firearm and ammunition, drug-related crimes, driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and sexual offenses, has increased. Theft out of motor vehicles has increased, as well as murder rates, which are already at record high, have increased higher still. Therefore, despite this achievement, we commend the department and the Premier for not celebrating and relaxing, but for remaining focused and resolute. One innocent life lost is one too many. One woman raped is extremely too many. We note the strategies and mechanisms put in the place to sustain this reduction and expand them to other categories in the overall crime statistics too. We will recall that to deal with a scourge of gender-based violence and criminality in general, the Gauteng Department of Community Safety launched GBV brigades in almost all wards in our province in conjunction with Operation Ukai Mulao. These initiatives have yielded immediate results. Let me inform one and all that the Gauteng-born Operation Ukai Mulao is now a national crime prevention operation because of its success in our province. Also, since the fight against crime and lawlessness is not a fight of government alone, we commend the partnership between the department and the private security industry, which has led to the augmentation of skill, resources, and capabilities. This takes the form of additional vehicles on land, of course in the sky, as well as warm body resources working together under a joint command structure so that there is a joint front against crime in our province. These initiatives and partnership must be understood that the context of a constantly adapting and agile, multifaceted approach to fighting crime in our province. We invite the Minister Peggy Cele as well, to come on board in this regard because, as we know, Gauteng's success is the country's success. Through such multifaceted approach and partnership at all levels, including the street-based CPFs, there is no doubt that the government will reclaim our streets and to protect women, children, the elderly, and the most vulnerable in this province. I further commend the ANC-led government of our province as a government of the people, where we do not portray to the media certain successes only in certain areas. For example, for instance, in suburban streets of Cape Town, just as an example, a success of the province. We actually focus everywhere. And of course, we should not forget and ignoring other people in the very same province. For example, forgetting the people of Kukuletu and the Cape Flats. As such, we commend the African National Congress, who leads, and serves all people, not just a select few. Let us commend them for not masking challenges and even weaknesses, but for confronting them head-on and doing something, albeit something small, about it. Remember, when I started, I said small wins lead to big victories. Celebrate and build on each step taken forward. So to remind us never to ignore the successes. No matter how small, I will conclude with a poem by Bridge Hassanjal in 1946. I quote, "A small spark takes a formidable form. One has to fight hard to extinguish it. A small prick becomes a big quarrel. To pacify the quarrel, the police must be called. A small thorn becomes a chain of life, gets so stuck that it has to be operated on. A tiny molecule becomes an atom, which becomes the cause of extreme destruction. These little things affect our lives immensely. A small seed becomes a big tree, and these things are overlooked as a small things. Let's make sure that we always tell the truth, particularly the members of the Committee of Community Safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Masibuko.
Thank you, guys.
Mangbonge sihlalo wesihlalo ngibingelela amalunga wesishayamthetho ngibingelela undunankulu kanye namalunga wonke womkhandlu awaholayo ngibingelele zonke izivakashi ezikhona namhlanje lana ekhaya ngibingelele bonke abasilalele lana eGauteng. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year provides a fundamental overview of our work as the Department of Community Safety in ensuring that we improve public safety. Our oversight role is important to improve policing by law enforcement agencies in the province and ultimately to ensure that the public, through various crime-fighting interventions, does benefit. The 2022-2023 financial year saw the implementation of the innovative ways to be able to fight crime. We shall all recall when Premier took office in October of 2022, he pronounced on elevated priorities, and amongst those priorities was fighting crime and creating a safe province for the citizens of Gauteng. Premier, through his pronouncements, saw the Department of Community Safety being allocated more budget during the adjustment budget in November 2023, and the amended budget also saw us being able to rope in young men and women to be crime prevention wardens, purchasing tools of trades for them, and also ensuring that we train them, and allocating more resources in ensuring that we have the helicopters, the drones, the panic buttons, and the command center, but over and above, allocating more and more resources to be able to see more boots on the ground, also contributing to the SAPS for them not to always be complaining that I'm a van aweko. We bought vans for them to be able to service our communities. This department used to receive minimal budget, but with the elevated priorities, it is, especially in the TISH communities, it has now realized more money that will be able to assist in the fight against crime. The increased budget allocation during this period will strengthen the battle against crime, as highlighted by our Premier, Ntate Panyaza Lusufi, to make fighting crime an apex priority. We have also made sure that we include more and more people and working with various stakeholders, including various community safety forums that exist in our communities, that I may not mention all because I'll be accused of selecting few, whilst there are many of these community safety forums that exist within our communities. For the financial year, the department achieved 94% of its target, and under administration, it managed to achieve 73%. For the provincial secretariat, it achieved 100% of its targets, and for traffic management, it achieved also 100% of its target. And furthermore, 87% of the allocated budget for the 2022-2023 financial year has been utilized with the provincial secretariat, also ensuring that more and more of our community patrollers do benefit out of these initiatives. The department reported an improvement of the accountability on performance by law enforcement agencies. As you know, as the House, we always do have the JIP sessions where we call upon all the law enforcement agencies to actually come and account. We conducted announced and unannounced visits, and also we monitored the work that is being done by the Independent Police Directorate, especially on those recommendations that were made to the SAPS, and also monitoring compliance on Domestic Violence Act, especially by the SAPS, and ensuring that the mobile police stations that were committed to our communities, they are actually delivered. We also assisted in attending to various bottlenecks experienced at police stations and promote transparency and demonstrate commitment to openness and foster public trust. The improved justice system is a milestone for the department, and this was achieved through the analysis of 1,800 crime dockets to ensure that the victims of crime receive justice. The monitoring of the court briefs and tracking of the GPV criminal cases, and through the work of the gender-based violence and femicide brigades, who were able to visit households in our communities and be able to refer most of these cases to our various police stations. And furthermore, more of those that were identified were able to get assistance, and they were actually assisted. All the above efforts are some of the work that we've done in ensuring that we fight the scourge of gender-based violence and foster the necessary change to end the abuse in our communities. This means there will be more. This means that we will be able to restore more of sense of confidence in the system and encourage more victims to come forward and report the cases. We have managed to make sure that the functionality of the CPFs is taking into consideration the functionality of the community safety forums and ensuring that our crime prevention interventions are yielding results, and also the school safety interventions in our communities also do take a priority, and ensuring that more and more of our communities do participate. Through the existence of the victim-friendly rooms at various police stations and the green doors across our province, it has made sure that the victims of gender-based violence don't suffer secondary victimization. We also ensured that we institutionalize and internalize road safety culture, and through the various law enforcement operations and collaborations that were actually conducted to bring awareness and sense of responsibility for road safety. This ultimately reduced accidents, injuries, and fatalities on the road. The interventions also ensured that more motorists are assisted, even those that are vulnerable close to the roads. But what is still disturbing is the pedestrians who continuously increase our number when it comes to those that are actually killed on our road. 9,545 reckless and negligent driving operations were done. 16,000 speed operations were done. The stops and checks of almost 1,296,000 cars was done. 4,652 crime prevention operations were also done in collaboration with other law enforcement agencies. Operation Ukaimlao was also carried out in different parts of the province and has yielded many successes, including the arrest of all the undocumented and issuing of summons. We will continue to work with all the law enforcement agencies to ensure that Gauteng becomes a place of safety for all its citizens. In conclusion, Deputy House Chair, gratitude goes to the Portfolio Committee led by Honorable Member Dr. Masugu and all the committee members for always holding us accountable and ensuring that we do our work in line with what is required by ourselves. Gratitude also goes to all the law enforcement agencies who work tirelessly in the fight against crime. Gratitude also goes to all the community patrollers who wake up at the early hours of the morning to accompany people as they go to catch public transport, going to their various destinations. And gratitude also goes to all the security companies who have responded to the call by Premier to come and partner with us as we fight crime, because they do have the firefighting and power that they also have. Gratitude to all the departments that work with us in ensuring that our departments, that the communities of Gauteng are safer. Gratitude also goes to all the community safety forums that exist and those community patrollers that have been established that assist our communities. I'm sure through your intensified work, the Tsotsis will slicer and our communities will be safer. We wish all the residents of Gauteng and honorable members a happy Christmas and a progressive 2024. And remember not to drink and drive. Those who will be traveling to different destinations, remember to take a break and rest every 2 hours and arrive safely at your destinations. As you come back in 2024, we shall be waiting for you to welcome you back. And remember, ukaimla usasekho siyabo.
Thank you, MEC. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Consideration of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 2023-2022.
I now call upon Honorable Masuku.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. As the Chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, I hereby table the oversight report of the annual report of 2022-2023 of the Department of Community Safety. And I would like to request the House to consider the parts of the reports that are not read out loud to be considered as read. The committee tables its report. The committee tables its report on the assessment of the annual performance report of the Department of Community Safety. The department achieved 46 targets out of 59 targets which are planned for the year under the review. The achievement represents 94% target achievement. The three main programs performed as follows. The administration achieved 73%, whilst Provincial Secretariat and Traffic Management recorded 100% achievement respectively. In respect of the financial performance, the department had spent 1.1 billion of the 1.3 which was allocated for the financial year, marking 86% of the expenditure. The budget expenditure per program is as follows. For Program 1, Administration, 189.4 million, which is 98% of its allocated budget was used. Program 2, which is Provincial Secretariat, 239 million, marking 89% expenditure. Program 3 was 760 million, marking 83% of the expenditure. The committee noted that the department continues its effort to monitor the performance of law enforcement agencies in the province. However, it has also noted with great concern the lack of integrated policing efforts amongst various law enforcement agencies. The committee noted that the department embarked on the process of developing 2024-2029 Gauteng safety strategy and the policing priorities. Through this strategy, the department must put great emphasis on the effectiveness of coordination and integration. The Gauteng safety strategy must also place emphasis on the effective policing and by law enforcement to ensure crime reduction, particularly by law enforcement around the places of entertainment like taverns and shebeens. The quarterly crime statistics have reported demonstrate that the most contact crimes such as common assault, assault with GBH, rape, murder, and attempted murder were committed around places of entertainment. Furthermore, through the criminal justice system coordination, emphasis must be placed on duly prosecution of by law enforcement infringements. The committee noted that in the financial year, additional 50 police vehicles and 4 mobile police stations were procured by the department and then handed over to the provincial SAPS. The department also continued to provide support of victims of gender-based violence and femicide through various support services offered at Ikaya Letemba, Green Door facilities, and victim-friendly rooms in police stations. Through GPVF Community Awareness Program, 193,000 households were reached out to educate citizens about GPVF. To date, 38 Green Door facilities were rolled out throughout the province to enhance victim support. The committee noted the report of various crime prevention operations and school safety interventions that were conducted under the review. Further, as we approach the festive season, the committee urges the department jointly with all law enforcement agencies to implement an integrated strategy and which is well coordinated to ensure safety on the roads across the province and minimize crashes and fatalities. On the committee concerns, the following have been noted. The committee raised concern of the following issues: inability to establish the provincial integrated command center, constant increase of violence at schools and violent crimes against learners, lack of adequate support to CPF and patrollers. The committee noted that 11 community safety forums were assessed. The committee noted that the report over 50 police vehicles and 40 mobile stations were procured. The committee noted also the GPVF Knowledge Hub was established and 38 green doors were rolled out. These are the following. We are now covering the recommendations of the committee. The department must urgently finalize the establishment of the Provincial Integrated Command Center and ensure its optimal functionality. I'll repeat this one. The department must urgently finalize the establishment of Provincial Integrated Command Center and ensure its optimum functionality. The department must continue with consultation with all relevant role players, which must develop an integrated school safety strategy to address violent crimes and ensure school safety. The department must develop a strategy to ensure the CPFs are adequately supported and effectively utilized and properly vetted and registered and equipped. I'll repeat this again. The department must develop a strategy to ensure that CPF and patrollers are adequately supported and are effectively utilized, and they are properly vetted and registered and equipped. The department must support and submit a report on functionality of the CSFs and their impact on crime reduction in all the 11 municipalities. The department must report the functionality and the impact of policing vehicles and mobile stations procured. The department must provide a report on functionality of and impact of the green door facilities and the knowledge hub on GBVF. The department, jointly with all the other law enforcement agencies, must develop and implement this integrated strategy aimed at reducing road crashes and fatalities. And all these reports and responses are expected on the 29th of March 2024. As a chairperson of the Community Portfolio Committee, I would like to acknowledge the Honorable MEC, Mayor Faith Mazibuko, the HOD, Mayor Nontsikelelo Sisulu, and their team in cooperating during the committee assessment of this annual report of 2022-2023, and further extend my gratitude to the members of the committee, Honorable Nkosi Malobane, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Mcungeli, Honorable Bosch, Honorable Robinson, Honorable Hoffman, Honorable Mandlankomo, for their invaluable contribution and participation, ensuring rigorous oversight and accountability on the performance of the department. And further thank the staff of the legislature, due to their problems and other problems, although with their problems of finances and so on, they continued to be committed in making sure that the work of the committee is continuing without any hindrances. In accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164 of GPL Standing Rules, as a chairperson of the Community Portfolio Committee, hereby table the oversight report on the 2022-2023 annual report of the Department of Community Safety to the House for adoption, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I submit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's get Seconda. A Seconda, Melitsi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise to second the report.
Thank you. I now pose a question. All those in favor say yes. And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entities for the financial year 2022-2023.
Honorable Chabalala.
Okay. No, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. This annual report paints a gloomy picture of a sad reality faced by our people in the province. It indicates a hopeless situation for the sports, arts, and culture sectors. In the year under review, the department failed to spend over 160 million, while our people do not have access to well-equipped sporting facilities, functioning libraries, and craft hubs. The residents of Gauteng are being denied a proper support to nurture their talents, which will propel them to the global stage and greater heights. The province is failing to utilize our rich cultural history for the economic benefits. Even with this evidence staring them in the face, our counterparts from the opposite benches will stand in this House and claim that the department is doing a great job. This politically expedient claim betrays and tramples on the hopes and dreams of young people in the province. Deputy Chair of Chair, unemployment continues to be a serious problem that is slowly suffocating the dreams and hopes of many young people. Sports, arts, culture is an avenue that can heal, that can deal with both the challenges of unemployment as well as other social ills plaguing our society, such as substance abuse and crime. The high vacancy rate of 30.7 means that this department is not capacitated to achieve its mandate or have an effective role in society. These are indications that the department cares little about the many social challenges that unemployment poses to one's life. The department lacks innovation and creativity in mapping a way forward in addressing the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and equality. This is evident by the fact that catering and transportation of people to events appears in the top 10 cost drivers in the department. The focus on celebrations rather than creating something worth celebrating. The department has failed and continues to miss targets on building combi costs, not only in the year under review, but since the beginning of the sixth administration. Our libraries are a mess. Their construction takes forever to be complete, and when completed, they are riddled with poor workmanship, lack of books, lack of internet access. In some instances, our libraries do not have electricity. This is denying our communities access to information and safe space for reading and learning, which will lead to the poor being left behind in the digital revolution, further embedding inequality. In cities like Munich and Florence, where the committee did an oversight study, monuments and heritage sites are well looked after and maintained, which has contributed to the economic growth. Those monuments and heritage sites have created a hive of activities centered around local businesses. This has significantly contributed to job creation because of the high influx of local and international tourists. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair Bootsies, in our province, monuments and heritage sites, which are supposed to be beacons of hope and institutions that tell a compelling and moving history of our province, are in a bad state, derelict and falling apart. While this is the case, the department continues to throw money at these white broken elephants which offer nothing to our people.
Busy lying.
Millions of rands have been spent toward these monuments and heritage sites, yet they remain non-operational and non-accessible to communities. These sites offer nothing to our people except a constant reminder of how little this current government is belittling them. This government is incompetent, has failed to govern, and everything it touches gets broken. This government needs to take a heed of the waves of
your time is up, Honorable Chabalala.
All sporting facilities in Tswana
Honorable Chabalala, your
have
time
left
is
to
up.
their ruins
This
in
government
Tswana.
needs to take heed of the waves
Even
of
in the
Abraham
city
Lincoln
of
who
Joburg,
said,
so you can't
Chabalala.
rely on Chabalala.
you can
Chabalala.
fool some people all the time,
Chabalala,
and
your time
all the
is
people
up.
sometime, but you cannot
Honorable
fool all the people all the time. Close
Our
the
soccer pitches
The
are as
people
dark
of
as you
Gauteng
in
are waking
Tswana.
up,
Can
and your
switch
time
off.
is running out. A reckoning is coming in May 2024 when the DA will rescue Gauteng from years of mismanagement and
The DA
misgovernance.
can't even rescue you. You are always begging us to rescue you here. Yeah? How can the DA rescue anybody? You've always been requesting for us to rescue you. In your state of desperation. You are busy here.
Honorable Letsoalo, can you switch off your mic? Honorable Letsoalo, switch off the mic. And Honorable Chabalala, please, let's have order. Your time was up. Yeah, I said must switch it off. And Honorable Masulin, your time is 5 minutes, and it has to be 5 minutes. Yeah, now you are on the floor.
Madam Speaker, while Gauteng boasts a rich pool of talent, the department has failed to effectively harness and nurture this potential. Grassroots sports facilities remain neglected, hindering the development of future athletes. The lack of investment in coaching programs and infrastructure not only stifles talent but perpetuates social inequalities. MEC Gauteng is confronted with a crisis in the promotion and preservation of arts and culture within the province. This is evident in how the department has failed to host cultural events that celebrate our diversity and heritage, which are essential for social cohesion. The department's inability to effectively organize and fund such events leaves our communities culturally impoverished and diminishes their sense of shared identity among our residents. Madam Speaker, all the programs in this department have not met their targets. The department achieved 69% of its 129 annual targets. The final appropriation for the period under review was 968 million. As at the end of the financial year, the final expenditure of the department was around 12,000 under expenditure. The perpetual, fruitless, wasteful, irregular, and under expenditure in this department is inactive of the apparent crisis of financial mismanagement and budget discrepancies that demand urgent attention. Madam Speaker, the EFF wishes to put it on record that both these monuments that the ANC government is claiming to have supported with security, cleaning, gardening, and maintenance is a poor lie. The Women's Living Heritage Monument in Pretoria is a white elephant. Monies were spent to build the structure that lacks compliances. The roof is leaking, there are deficiencies in wiring, and the department is going to put 6.5 million to correct the mistakes of the initial contractor. Again, no consequence management will ever be taken against the friends. Moreover, under this program, we are seeing the underspending amount of 15% due to the incapacity of those who are leading this province. MEC, your department claims that Mzansi Libraries Online provided 30 libraries with Xboxes and screens and so forth. And on the same breath, you further claim that 65 libraries implemented Mzansi Online, while only 30 are listed in this report. It is evident that you continue to believe in your own lies. This initiative is wasteful expenditure, as the technology that was bought is gathering dust and the staff is not capacitated to operate any of those devices with a reality in mind. How is this Mzansi Library Online? The department's failure to engage meaningfully with stakeholders exacerbates many of these issues at hand. The voices of athletes, artists, and cultural practitioners are often unheard in decision-making processes. MEC, the report currently being discussed here does not provide in-depth details on how the department will ensure, for example, that the present fragmentation and duplication in the delivery of support services is overcome, or even how people with disabilities will be included in the mainstream activities as equal participants and not quota trophies to appear inclusive. Madam Speaker, on sports and recreation, which aims to develop and nurture sporting talent, we know that your department has blamed the under-expenditure amounting to 116 million, which is 12%, on the high vacancy rate. May we remind this House that on the 16th of June 2023, there was a bogus Nasi spanning failed program spearheaded by the Premier, Jack of all trades and master of none. And Mabena of Gauteng, wherein the people of Gauteng were promised sustainable jobs today. All these departments are complaining about high vacancy rate.
You need a mirror.
You are all complaining about vacancy rate. The SREC department continue to fail at the basic level of operating in a dynamic environment, and in particular struggles with the needed influence that come with changes to legislation, GPG, priorities, and policy shifts. Speaker, even the commemorative events that this department prides itself in hosting, albeit very unsuccessful so, do not take into consideration racial attendance, transporting of attendees, and the shape of events on the annual basis.
Now the time is up.
Maybe you need to learn from the
time is
EFF
up.
on our very successful
Thank you. The time is up.
programs that we have.
Let me call upon Honorable Pitch.
Chair, they hardly ever say anything in the committee meeting, so was surprised.
Honorable Ezra, let's have order and let's give Honorable Pitch.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chair. Deputy Chair of Chair, as you can see, the truth really hurts, and I can reiterate the concerns of my colleagues from the department. This departmental annual report is nothing more than an admission of maladministration, incompetence, and failure by this department to deliver on its core mandate. If this department were a football team in the Premier Soccer League, the PSL, there would have been a public outcry for this team to be relegated. The people would have been calling for this coach to be fired and for the players to be traded. Not like Mamelodi Sundowns, more Cape Town Spurs, if you follow my meaning. The annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year paints a picture of constant failures over years and years. Years of non-performance as a result of an uncaring government. The departmental highlights, or should I say lowlights, that my colleagues have referred to include the non-delivery and non-achievement for the people of Gauteng. And it follows. Number 1, 0 out of 20 combi courts being built since 2019. Number 2, 0 out of 6 new libraries being built since 2019, and we wonder why our children cannot read. Number 3, 0 out of 15 outdoor community gyms being built since 2019. Number 4, 0 when it comes to the school sporting program. Where will our soccer stars of the future come from? Again, the Women's Living Heritage Museum and Kagiso Memorial has remained closed ever since 2019, as alluded to by my colleague. The refurbishment of HM Piche Stadium in the city of Tshwane has not been done, yet millions and millions have been wasted, as indicated there by my colleague, thus depriving our communities of access to these facilities. This department has lost 6-0. That's not a good score. The departmental failures have become so monumental and so apparent that a court has even ruled that this MEC has no power or say over one of its entities, the Gauteng Film Commission Board, as it was irregular and illegally constituted, and it's still sub judice. Is this not incompetence? Of course it is. But it is time now for the people of Gauteng to punish this arrogant government, this leadership that howls, this leadership that lies, and move this current government to the bench. The time has come to vote for a caring government that is competent, that is interested in service delivery. The time is now for a DA-led government that can deliver services to the millions of young people in this province. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me call Honorable Modise.
Deputy Chair of Committees, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier and Chief Whip in absentia, members of Executive Council, honorable members and the people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs, at least the corrupt Provincial Secretary of EFF in Gauteng managed to log in today and for once earn his salary, as opposed to using taxpayers' money to attend to EFF responsibilities. Member Makwala was in pain earlier today, trying to justify why this corrupt EFF provincial secretary has not been coming to work. Himself, I'm going to stop now, and you'll stop my time until they are done. When you are done, you'll tell me.
A bunch of howlers. A bunch of howlers. You don't belong here.
I'm not Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Let's have order. Honorable Mdise, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Member Makwala himself.
Let me acknowledge your...
A choir of Maro.
Let's get the point.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Is it parliamentary for the honorable members to disrupt, to drown the speaker?
But Ezra has been doing that.
Drowning the speaker. Drowning the speaker.
But Ezra has been doing that. Thank you. Let's have order. Honorable Mdise, continue.
Singing for your father.
Deputy Chair of Chair, Member Makwala himself could not fathom why he was given such responsibility of defending a corrupt leader like the provincial secretary. EFF must decide whether Koma is a member of the House or whether Koma is a provincial secretary, as he has proven that he cannot do both, and people of Gauteng can no longer pay the salary of Koma whilst he attends to EFF responsibilities.
Now you are not coming back.
As a way of introduction, let me start by reminding my fellow members of the House and the public in general about the mandate of the department. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation in Gauteng is responsible for developing and nurturing young sport and artistic talent to ensure there's a pool of talented people for competitive and major events, preserving heritage resources, including the promotion of national days and symbols, hosting and supporting competitive and major sports, arts and cultural events, providing library support services by establishing and maintaining community libraries, and providing and making accessible archival records to preserve the history and memory of this province. In the words of Steve Biko, I quote or open close, culture is the sum total of all the manifestation of intellectual, artistic and spiritual activities of people. The culture of a nation is the mirror of its soul. It is the more or less organized expression of soul of the people. On the other hand, sport, which is assumed as the mainstay of this department, has been recognized as a powerful tool for promoting peace and social integration. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I don't want to go on a monologue about the events of the recent Rugby World Cup, which culminated in our country proving our dominance in the sports once again on the 26th October 2023 in France, or refer to Banyana dominance of the African women's football, being the African champions who made history by reaching FIFA Women's World Cup round of 16 after drawing against the giants like Argentina and beating Italy. The beauty of these events, Deputy Chair of Chairs, as we recount them, is that they allow us to introduce ourselves and our culture to the world, as witnessed recently when our new Johannesburg-born icon Tyler of the famous single song Water said she's proud of her Indian Zulu heritage and she misses pap and vors whenever she's away from home in a recent international interview. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I never thought I would admit to this, but truth be told, Member Masuleng is a very dedicated, committed member of the Portfolio Committee. However, her weakness is that she does not listen, and she is preoccupied. She's preoccupied with cloning or replacing Member Mandisa Mashego. The only difference between the two was that Member Mashego was not immune to reading and researching, something that cannot be said about Member Masule. Premier Sufi acknowledged the critical role that sports play in economic development in his SCOPA address earlier on in February of this year. He said that Gauteng is blessed with abundant artistic and athletic talent, and that our approach this will be to use the sport and the arts as a vehicle for economic empowerment and transformation. In this regard, the process of starting sports development at ECD centers, and not only at the primary school, has now started. As part of our investment in future school sports, all ECD centers will have a dedicated Sports Wednesday. Following on this, 105 ECDs were supported to participate in Sports Wednesdays program by the department, along with providing 20 ECDs with toy libraries. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department is relatively small compared to other departments, but the work that it's doing is huge, with immeasurable impact in terms of promoting social cohesion. Social cohesion refers to the bonds and hold the society together and allow it to move forward in a common direction. It therefore makes sense for the sport to be seen as a helping to build trust, respect, and understanding among individuals and communities. MEC, the only disappointment from the shadow executive mayor of Emful in a local municipality, Member Chabalala, is that whilst he's very good at his work, committed and served selflessly, he, however, cloud issues between provincial department and which were the accounting officer with that of Emful in a local municipality where he's supposed to be the mayor. This was evidently attended to by MEC of COGTA yesterday's sitting. Maybe moving forward, MEC, the shadow executive mayor of Emful in a local municipality must be given VIP access to all departmental programs, as this may bring down Ulago Analo. In the promotion of arts and culture, I wish to highlight the following successes that were achieved by the department. Provincial Arts and Cultural Festival that was hosted, that they don't want to talk about. The 12 live performance space program were implemented with Mzansi Golden Economy. Gauteng Heritage Carnival that was hosted. 260 emerging DJs were supported to participate in the Provincial Battle of the DJs program. They will never say this. In creative industries, the department planned on having 400 practitioners benefiting from capacity building opportunities, and this target was exceeded. Some were physical, whereas others were virtual, and it did not cost an extra cent. The target for number of emerging visual artists developed through a mentorship program was also exceeded. The plan was 1,000, and the department achieved 1,820 at no extra cost. The department has since implemented this collaboration with stakeholders. They also achieved the target of number of creative benefiting from enterprise development programs, managing to support 100 artists to access digital music platforms. Member Masuling has no idea what I'm talking about. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we could tell this House today of the Music and Market Access Initiative and graphic design and gaming enterprise developers that were supported, aiding to the current success, which we are proud of. We do, however, acknowledge the challenges that the department faces, but with the commitment to face them head-on. As Henry Ford once said, failure is simply the opportunity to begin again, this time more intelligently, Masuling. I close quote. Whilst we have observed, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the unbecoming conduct of the Gauteng Film Commission Board, we want to say this here, that Gauteng Film Commission is a key agency in the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, aiming to promote sustainable economic growth and social cohesion in the province. The Gauteng Film Commission has achieved 84% of its target with 100.3 expenditure, supporting 37 emerging filmmakers and supporting gender-responsive budgeting. However, they struggle to support production owned by people with disability. The Gauteng Film Commission has received a financial unqualified audit opinion as they are a non-profit organization. Deputy Chair of Chairs, if you ask any member of this House, where are the following members? 1, Tulin Kabinde Kawe. 2, Mapiti David Matsena. 3, Lindy Lasindwa. 4, Lebu More. And 5, Jompis. This House will, in unison, indicate that the above-mentioned members have permanent addresses in different cemeteries, both in Gauteng and Limpopo. If you further ask the House about the following members, Member Magashule Ghana, Member Michael Shackleton, Member John Moodley, and Member Adrian Randall, they will all tell you that they've all resigned from the DA due to the lack of leadership that is provided. That their caucus has no direction. What is even worse is that if you all ask members of the DA, where is Member Nkele Mlap, they will all hide under the tables because both men and women in the DA failed to protect Nkele Mlap and opted to protect their leader who's forever physically engaged by business people. In conclusion, Chair, the National Development Plan recognized the importance of sports in promoting social cohesion and national identity, and the National Sports and Recreation Plan outlines implementation plan for the sports and recreation policy framework, captured in the white paper. Agenda 2063 also envisaged an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values and ethics. This calls for an African cultural renaissance that is preempt and inculcates the spirit of Africanism, or rather Pan-Africanism, tapping Africa's rich heritage and culture to ensure that the creative arts and major contributors to Africa's growth and transformation, and restoring and preserving cultural heritage, including its languages. Now, Chair, as I sit down, because I see I still have some few minutes, I'm sure you have heard that Member Chabalala was complaining that the department is concentrating on just hosting events and not creating anything meaningful. Whereas Member Masuleng comes and complains that the department does not even do anything in terms of hosting. Therefore tells you that between the two, one is allergic to reading. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me now give the MEC to respond to this debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Shabalala, I will speak I will respond to some of the things that you said when I go through my speech. But I think I should mention this particular one, and Honorable Mudiso also touched on it. I think you need to understand the difference between the roles of province, national, and municipalities. And you have an interest in municipalities, hence your nickname as Mayor of Mfuleni. But we will enlighten you as we go along, don't worry. Honorable Masoleng, the fact that you don't attend cultural events does not mean they do not exist. So, the only issue that I have here is not with you. It is with the person who wrote the speech for you. There's so many inconsistencies, and that's the person that I have a big bone of contention with. So, you're confused. Bring that person here. Your speech right. Honorable Peach, I want to appreciate the fact that you comprehend the soccer environment. The only problem is that the 6-0 that you're talking about, you were the goalkeeper. So we're in trouble. We're in serious trouble. So you also talking about a caring and government? I live in Tshwane. So don't tell me anything about a caring government. This I take serious umbrage with. I want you to visit me in Garangua, and I'll show you photos of how Garangua looked like up to 2014, 2016. And then the DA took over. We live in a gutter. Every time I have to drive out of Gauteng, out of Garangua where I live, I want to see Peach. And my hands are actually shaking. I want to shake him and remind him that people who live in townships are human beings too. So don't tell me anything about a caring government. You don't know what a caring government is. Don't even mention that. Come to Tshwane. Come to Tshwane. Where the DA is in charge. Don't tell me about caring government. You people are so inhuman. You are so inhuman. You should be taken to jail. I need to use, stronger words. Unfortunately, the House does not allow it. The House does not allow it. But you not in Tshwane. Bona Kibulela Peach, keep quiet. In Tshwane, You can't talk about a current government. You can't. You don't have that right. You don't. You don't. So
Talk about anything we want to.
be dignified to yourself. Just be dignified to yourself. I am going to talk emotionally about what the DA government is putting the people of Tshwane through. Your choir can try to defend you. It's not going to change anything. Don't talk about a caring government. So I stand before you today to shed light on the annual report of Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation and the GFC for the financial year 2022-23. This report encapsulates not just numbers and statistics, but the heart and soul of our community. A testament to our commitment to fostering talent, preserving culture, and enriching lives. Chair of Chairs, this debate sits during the 16 days of activism against women and child abuse. We unite in a collective voice against the pervasive scourge of violence that affects the lives of countless women and children in Gauteng and beyond. This critical period serves as a poignant reminder of our shared responsibility to stand against all forms of abuse, discrimination, and inequality. In the realm of sports, arts, culture, and recreation, we recognize the immense power and influence these platforms hold. It is our responsibility to channel this influence into creating a safer, more inclusive society where women and children are shielded from the horrors of violence. The arts and culture scene in Gauteng remains vibrant and diverse for Baba Sahiting through a range of exhibitions, performances, and cultural events. We've celebrated our unique heritage while fostering creativity and innovation. Our artists have consistently demonstrated their ability to surpass boundaries and communicate messages that resonate deeply with our communities. On finances, performance, and meeting set targets, I'm not going to speak to everything here. Member Mudisa covered that. Suffice to say, in the period under review, the department achieved 69% of the 129 annual targets, a notable improvement of 10% compared with the 21-22 financial year. As per compliance requirements, the department paid 82% of valid invoices received within 15 days and 98% of valid invoices within 30 days. Under the 22-23 audit opinion and audit improvement plans, challenges have not been absent from our journey. We've encountered hurdles that have tested our resilience, particularly in the face of achieving a clean audit. The department has maintained an unqualified audit opinion for the 22-23 financial year. When delivering the 22-24 budget speech to this House, I committed that in the coming few months, we will be stabilizing our senior management team at the top with the appointment of senior managers. So I am happy to report that in the 22-23 financial year, we appointed the Chief Risk Officer and an independent chairperson of risk management to assist with the governance process and oversight as required. As a result of these efforts, I'm proud that the department has produced annual financial statements that are free from material misstatements or errors for the 22-23 financial year. To date, the Premier has also appointed the head of department, and our department has appointed the Chief Director for Corporate Services, Chief Director Cultural Affairs, Chief Director Corridor Coordination, Chief Financial Officer, Director Facilities and Security Management, Director Human Capital Management, Director North Corridor, and a Chief Information Officer was seconded from the Department of eGov. We want to thank MEC Kumalo for assisting us in that regard. Under Program 1, which is administration, in terms of representation of designated groups as percentage of total employment, the department maintained 50% of women representation at SMS level. 69% of goods and services were procured from township businesses. The provincial gender-based violence and femicide plan was implemented with staff training sessions were conducted to improve performance. So we continue to insource our security and cleaners. That's very good. So we're doing this because we want to give these people credit, to give them a decent living wage. with all benefits that come with being full-time employment, in full-time employment, such as having pension fund, medical aid, opportunity for training and empowerment, and we are encouraging them to take advantage of the training. Under Program 2, which is Cultural Affairs, the arts and culture of Gauteng serves as a vibrant fabric woven from the diverse threads of our heritage. We've celebrated our traditions, embraced innovation, and provided platforms for artists to express themselves. Through music, dance, literature, and visual arts, we've painted a canvas that reflects the richness of our history and the vibrancy of our present. We organize numerous heritage events, workshops, and exhibitions that have strengthened the sense of identity and pride among our diverse communities. Furthermore, market access initiatives for local and international opportunities were supported, enabling 712 creatives to showcase their work. To this end, more than 4,464 temporary jobs were created through mass participation programs. Under Program 3, which is Library Information and Archival Services, the Shadow Mayor of Mfuleni, listen and listen carefully. The multifaceted role of libraries and archival services underscore their importance as pillars of education, culture, and societal progress. Their continued support and development are crucial for ensuring equitable access to information, promoting lifelong learning, and preserving our rich cultural heritage. Now, this is where I want you to listen very, very, very carefully, Honorable Chabalal. 195,436,000 was transferred to the 9 Gauteng municipalities. Hopefully, the aim is to enable these libraries to maintain their operations, acquire new material, technology, and facilities, as well as organizing programs and activities that cater to the diverse needs and interests of the local population. We implemented the Born to Read program to promote and encourage a love for reading and learning from a very young age by targeting mainly expectant women and infants in clinics, hospitals, and public spaces. And I invite you to join me on this particular one. Something so sirang. Okay, Didimal. So under Program 4, Sports and Recreation, in the current year, we hosted our Gauteng Sports Award at Swan University of Technology in Soshanguve campus, which was a first for us as the administration taking business, the budget of the province to townships. I'm going now to move to the Gauteng Film Commission because some of the issues were covered by Honorable Mudise. So the Gauteng Film Commission has been operating as an entity of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation with the key mandate of developing the film industry and providing funding as a catalyst for audiovisual projects within the various content creation disciplines. So GFC partnered with our department to train 389 Basitsana and LGBTI in script writing and directing for filmmaking and supported 122 emerging filmmakers through mentorship programs. The organizational redesign project was completed and consultation with all relevant stakeholders was done successfully. This was approved on condition that it would be implemented in the 3-phase approach. The legal standing of the GFC is currently under review, whereby it will be established as possibly as a 3C public entity following various engagements with relevant departments and stakeholders. So in conclusion, as we conclude this season, I'm deeply honored to express my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to the exceptional management team and the dedicated staff of our esteemed department. Some of them are up there, under the then acting head of department, who's been recently appointed as the head of the department. The Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation under chairpersonship of Honorable Tulani Ndlovu, esteemed members of the Provincial Legislature, fellow MECs, our partners and stakeholders, over
Time up,
Appreciator, Most importantly, our Premier, Honorable Panyaza Lisufi, for your visionary guidance, unwavering commitment
time
and
is up,
tireless
MEC.
efforts. Time.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including NTT, for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Ndlovu, please present your committee report.
Very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. Greeting to you and the House. I, Member Ndlovu, hereby tables the committee oversight report on the annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for 2022-2023 financial year. Madam Chair, may I request that part of the report that I will not read be regarded as read by the House? The committee noted that the department achieved 69% of their service delivery targets, which shows improvement when compared to 59% targets achieved in the previous financial year. These targets were, however, achieved with 87.9% expenditure, which does not correlate and is not in compliance with the Treasury regulations that stipulates that the department should have spent 100% of its allocation by the end of financial year. It is concerning that the department continue to underspend and underperform in the year under review. The above mentioned irregular expenditure was caused by ex post facto transactions and extension of expired contracts, and that effective steps were not taken to prevent this regular expenditure that is increasing annually. Of great concern is that most of irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with the Treasury regulations, as some of goods and services of transaction valued above 1 million were procured without inviting competitive bids. The committee noted with concern that the department failed to reduce the vacancy rate as planned. The plan was to maintain 9% vacancy rate, but this rate was at 36 at the end of the financial year under review, with vacant posts, with a number of vacant posts at the end of the financial year. This reflects an increase in the vacancy rate of 29.9% at the end of the previous year. This is due to delays in the recruitment, selection and appointment processes to align organizational structure. Moreover, the department continued to experience delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects. The challenges experienced relate to the upgrade and finalization of community libraries, the operationalization of monuments, transfers to non-profit organizations, construction of Kumbi courts and Ekasi gyms. The committee is concerned about the challenges experienced in the operationalization of the recently built facilities due to challenges related to interdependencies between the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation and the Department of Infrastructure Development. It is, however, the responsibility of the department to ensure that there is delivery as per the service level agreement with the DID. Furthermore, the delays in the construction and finalization of these infrastructure projects were carried over from the previous term of office. The Gauteng Film Commission achieved 84% of their targets with the 100.3% expenditure during the period under review. During this period, they have supported 37 productions by emerging filmmakers, and in terms of issues related to gender-responsive budgeting, they have supported women, men, young people, including members of the LGBTIQ+. They are, however, still struggling to support productions owned by people with disabilities and having them in their employ. There were 32 service delivery targets set for the year under review, and of these, 27 targets were achieved, reflecting 84.3%. And 5 of these targets were not achieved. With regard to their expenditure, the Commission managed to spend 100% 0.3% of the final appropriation by the end of the financial year under review, which is not in correlation with the targets achieved. On findings and concerns and recommendations, the committee is concerned with the following. The department failed to reduce vacancy rate as planned. The plan was to maintain a 9% vacancy rate, but this rate was at 36% at the end of financial year under review, which shows an increase from the 29.9% recorded in the previous financial year. The infrastructure projects planned for the year under review were not achieved. The target for 400 people accessing the Gauteng Virtual Library was not achieved due to non-renewal of the e-resource subscriptions. The plan to financially support 14 non-profit organizations to inculcate culture of reading not achieved as planned due to delays in getting approvals. The target for number of schools provided with attire and equipment as per the established norms and standards was not achieved. 460 was planned, and the department attributes this to the absence of an equipment tender by the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. On recommendation, the committee proposed the following recommendation to the House for adoption, and these recommendations should be responded to by the 28th of February 2024. The department should provide the committee with a comprehensive report on the delays experienced in the implementing the new organizational structure leading to the recorded increase in the vacancy rate. The department should fast-track the renewal of the e-resource subscriptions for online library and provide the committee with a status report. The department should provide a plan to deal with the backlog in the provision of the financial support for 14 non-profit organizations to inculcate culture of reading dating from 2019-2020 financial year. The department should provide the committee with a comprehensive report on the outcomes of engagements with the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the provision of equipment and attire for schools and clubs, noting experienced challenges of procurement delays, poor quality of equipment provided that continue to compromise the implementation. On acknowledgements, the committee wishes to thank the MSc of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Honorable Musupe and the HOD, Mr. Mashinini and senior officials from the department for the presentation of the annual report and their sustained cooperation throughout the annual report process. We further appreciate the diligent deliberations of the honorable members, Member Letsoalo, Member Mudise, Member Chavalala, Member Peach, Member Mekgwe, Member Masolega, and Member Adams. The committee also wishes to thank its staff for their support during and their role throughout the process on adoption in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee recommends that the annual oversight report on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2022-23 financial year be adopted by the House, considering committee concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Ngiyabonga, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Is there a seconder to the adoption of the report?
Madam Chair, I rise with pride to support the adoption of this report. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. I'll now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Health and Wellness, including NTT, for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable N.D. Khatebe, she's not here. Is there anyone who's going to read a speech? Is it Member Plum first? Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's Member Plum. Sorry. My apologies, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. Member Plum?
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Just for the record, this is my 30th speech in this House, the 30th speech on this House on the annual report of the Gauteng Health Department. But let me cast your minds back to my first speech this year, and you'll recall that I said that the Gauteng Health Department reminds me of ESCOM. I noted that this is what you get with many years of cadre deployment and the flourishing of internal criminal networks. I called it the ESCOM syndrome, something that cannot be reversed by the political party that caused it in the first place. Then, in May this year, guess what happened? The outgoing health ombudsman, Ntombi Mekgwe, Professor, compared the Gauteng Department of Health to ESCOM, where he had also served as the board chairperson. So he knows all about ESCOM, and he knows all about the Gauteng Health Department because of the many investigations he's done. He said, in fact, that half of the complaints he got from the entire country were actually from Gauteng. This is what he said as follows. I'm just reading a direct quote. What you observe in the Gauteng Health Department and ESCOM is similar problems. No leadership, no capacity, no vision. And then he said, the criteria for appointing leadership at hospitals is the weakest. You have your best province run by Mickey Mouse. That's from the former health ombudsman. And then he continued to say, what do you expect? You expect what you're getting, a service that is in shambles. And then when he was asked what would bring about the needed change, he said that political leadership was the critical missing factor. Now, the failures that are revealed in this latest annual report confirm his analysis. First, there is the inexcusable failure to spend 2.7 billion rand of last year's health budget. This is a continuing problem. It was a similar amount the year before and the year before and the year before. Yeah, one asks oneself, how can there be such a large amount of unspent money when we all know the dire need for better public health care? And another non-surprise, unfortunately, is 2.280 billion rand in irregular spending. And it's the same thing every year. It's the security contracts. It was also the waste contracts. Now that's embroiled in another contractual dispute. It just goes on and on. Every year, as we know, the Auditor General identifies the same deficiencies and he makes the same recommendations that are never followed. We can't even trust the information for many of the indicators, as he notes. This is a direct quote from the Auditor General. The absence of accurate and comprehensive records prevented the AG from obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence to support the declared achievements of several of the indicators of the district health services, provincial health services and health facilities management programs. What he's really saying is he didn't have the quality of information to back up any of the so-called achievements in very key programs of this department. And this failure is attributed to the lack of a health information system that was supposed to be up and running 5 years ago. That's what it says in the annual report. But you know, I remember the first MEC for Health, Amos Masondo, promising a computerized health information system in the late 1990s. And what do you know, I was rummaging around in my office this morning and look what I found. It's the annual report of the Gauteng Health Department for 2003-2004. So this is 20 years ago. And first of all, what astonished me is, the budget is now 60 billion rand. What do you think the budget was 20 years ago? I know the population's increased, there's been medical inflation, but essentially this whole department 20 years ago was run on 8.1 billion rand annual budget. So you really have to ask yourself, 20 years later, how badly are we spending a 60 billion rand budget? That's the big question. And mainly the problem is we don't know where it's going. We don't have adequate information. There's scams, there's rackets, there's corruption, there's who knows, probably ghost workers. But then I found this. I was having a look here. There's a section here. This is the annual report the following year, 2005, 2006, and it talks about establishing integrated management information system. That's very nice. Then you go to the output of measure, and they said cost centre system implemented in hospitals. Don't you think that would be nice if we had a cost centre in our hospitals? And the unit of measure is percentage of hospitals implementing cost centre accounting systems. And, well, they were supposed to do 16, well, they were supposed to do 25, and they only did 4, which I think has lapsed. I think that whole system has failed. But anyway, the comment here is this is for a cost centre system implemented hospitals. It says here the reason they didn't achieve it is because it's a long process to implement computerized cost centre accounting system. Anyway, that was 20 years ago. So I think they didn't realize that the long process was like 20 years, and we've still not finished that process. So that's just a bit of perspective. It helps when you see where you've come from. Now, you know, another perennial failure is that of payments to suppliers within 30 days. It's 35% according to the annual report. And according to the latest quarterly report, nothing much has improved. It's 37%. So little progress in fixing this. It's just basic, you know, pay your suppliers. So what did we see earlier this year? Major hospitals, including Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, they ran out of food because suppliers were not paid. You know, this department is so incompetent, they can't even order reliable food from food suppliers, local suppliers. You know, we're supposed to be, you know, implementing township empowerment. There's a whole program. Don't you think Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital should be getting food supplies from Soweto? I mean, it's just absolutely basic. But no. Do you know where Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital and other hospitals in our province have decided, well, they didn't decide, the Provincial Health Department decided, you know where they're getting their food supplies? The department piggybacked on a very fishy food contract by the Limpopo provincial government. So believe it or not, some of our hospitals are getting fish, eggs, meat and bread from non-food companies in Limpopo, including construction companies. You know, I went through this whole list. There's construction companies providing food. It just reminds me of the fake companies with the Tembisa Hospital corruption that, as you know, was amounted to about 1 billion rand, and Babita Deokaran was assassinated because she tried to stop it. So, I mean, here we're ordering food from Limpopo, if that makes any sense. I'm sure we're grossly overpaying for it. But anyway, another failure, according to the annual report, is that only 42% of Priority 1 emergency calls in urban areas are responded to within 30 minutes. 42% of Priority 1s is life and death, right? Within 30 minutes. Now, the world standard is actually 80% of calls within 15 minutes, but anyway, they relaxed the standard to 30 minutes, and they can't even achieve that. And I want you to think about the distress of, you know, somebody collapses on the pavement or at house, they're clutching their chest, there's an accident, and you phone the ambulance and they don't come. You know, 30 minutes would be, you know, 30 minutes. Every time we do every time we have a public meeting, this is what people say all the time. Ambulances don't arrive. They don't arrive after hours, and people die. And, you know, I want to remind the department, this is constitutionally mandated. It's actually in the Constitution. Right to provide emergency assistance and access to healthcare is also constitutionally mandated, obviously within available resources. But, you know, this is a department that doesn't even comply with very basic laws like the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And as the annual report says, not even one of the 37 hospitals, we've got 37 hospitals, not one of them is compliant with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And we have fires all the time. I think some of them seem to be arson. It's just shocking. And so go to any hospital today and they're not compliant. You know, I'm flabbergasted, quite frankly, because this is basic. This is basic. Anyway, I could go on and on about inexcusable failures by this department, as well as the corruption that is so consequential that a whistleblower like Babita Deokaran was murdered because she tried to stop it. So that's the stakes. There are people out there going to murder you because you know, you're trying to do the right thing and stop corruption in this department. So we need to draw a conclusion. You know, this provincial government has been in power nearly 30 years, so given lots of chances. The conclusion we can draw is that no real change will come unless there's a real political change, because the rot starts at the top. But I think there is good news. The good news is that if voters want real political change to happen, it can happen in the elections next year. Thank you.
Member Perinos.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Speaker, in all honesty, the Gauteng Department of Health should be the custodian of good quality health in the province. However, the issues that were raised in the last annual report and the concerns regarding budget expenditure. Excuse, Chair. Yeah, you people don't want to give me my own laptop. You don't want to give me my own laptop.
Let me see.
I don't have tools of trade. Dit was lastig, man. Dit was lastig. For the period, the department was allocated a whopping 60 million as compared to the 59.6 billion it received in the 2021-22 financial year. The biggest budget allocation compared to other departments in the province. Understanding that the budget for Gauteng has been revised upwards by 4.6 billion, with the Department of Health taking more than half the additional allocation to cover the compensation of employees. We remain vigilant of the ghost employees in the department and demand that a thorough verification process be instituted to weed out non-existent workers for recruitment processes to begin in order to adequately capacitate our healthcare system and alleviate the pressure of the already stretched healthcare professionals. Speaker, the accounting officer remains the backbone of the department, but as things stand, the accounting office is failing to exercise an oversight responsibility on the core responsibilities of the department. It can never be correct that a department that is adequately funded still faces challenges of filing a vacant post and is unable to fix infrastructural problems at the healthcare facilities such as maintenance, rehabilitation, and completing projects. The accounting officer must take full responsibility for this poor planning. MEC, it is appalling that this department took 8 years to investigate a fraud case against a provincial health official who benefited 2.4 million. Dat is baar geld. Who benefited? Unduly. Moreover, in other cases, it took more than 4 years to conclude that the department blamed capacity constraints as the provincial forensic audit unit experienced a high staff turnover rate due to continuous resignations of staff members. These flimsy excuses by the department to absolve the inadequate forensic audit department contribute to the numerous challenges facing our healthcare system to the detriment of Gauteng residents, thus violating their right to quality healthcare with a basic human right. The shortage of skilled healthcare professionals is an alarming challenge that demands immediate attention. Nurses and doctors are overworked, and patients suffer due to the lack of adequate staffing. The EFF asserts that the Gauteng Department of Health must prioritize the recruitment and retention of healthcare professionals. Additionally, investing in training programs and improving more working conditions to contribute to more robust and capable healthcare. Is there such thing in the ANC? Robust. the EFF cannot turn a blind eye onto the issues of mismanagement and corruption with the Gauteng Department of Health. Funds allocated for healthcare do not translate into tangible improvements to patients. We call for a thorough investigation into these matters and demand stringent measures to curb corruption, ensuring that the resources are directed towards enhancing healthcare services. Moreover, we are aware of the department's refusal to pay Johannesburg City Power the 64 million it owes after several hospitals failed to pay the municipal bill. While it is unlikely that City Power would cut electricity to hospitals, Gauteng Premier Lesufi must step in urgently to ensure speedy payment of all municipal bills and institute consequence management processes against the Department of Health, as we are assured that money meant for municipal bills has been usurped by corrupt staff and officials. Understanding that lifestyle audits are a vital tool in fighting corruption, the department continues to employ delay tactics with encouragement from the Premier. We can confidently assert that considering that the MEC, in a written response to questions in the Legislature, clearly indicated that the department requested the Office of the Premier to assist with the questions, with the lifestyle audits for the 2021-2020 financial year, which have not been undertaken to date. We are vigilant of the fact that the Premier's office and the department continue to delay audits by shifting responsibility because of the implications of the audit on ANC cadres. The MEC and Premier must both be reminded that the inconveniences between the wealth, assets accumulation, and remuneration of officials and staff must perpetually be audited to root out the pervasive corruption that leads to poor. Julle weet mos wat maak julle. That leads to poor. Honourable Speaker, Gauteng needs a healthcare sector that caters to emerging realities and undoes apartheid-era spatial and infrastructural arrangements. This means rethinking how healthcare services are provided in townships and semi-rural areas. It means having an approach to healthcare that is preventative to ensure the prevalence of diseases and and illnesses is there. What at the root, healthcare must apply in everyday life with concepts such as hygiene, sexual education, and sanitation. Considering this, we welcome the provincial government's adopting of the EFF resolution to have CHH operating 24 hours clinics. It is because of the efforts, determination, and exemplary work through our EFF, MMC of Health and Social Development in Johannesburg that this department was able to expand clinic services platforms and ensure more clinics were open for 24 hours. In light of this, we invite the MEC to share the EFF MEC Annie Makafola. Did you hear that one? In Johannesburg, in order to learn how to adapt, innovate, and implement transformative solutions to the growing demands of our healthcare system, so that Gauteng Health in patient-centered, compassionate, and efficient. The EFF MEC in Joburg for Health and Social Development is a clear example of how the government should prioritize preventative care, health education, and early intervention, understanding that a healthy population is the foundation of a prosperous society. The EFF is a school and all that are welcome to learn and be led. Speaker, as the EFF, we strongly move the investigations into non-compliance be instituted. Did you hear that one? There is no way such transgressions can be allowed and condoned. We further implore this House to just debate these annual reports, but rather to monitor and ensure that consequence management for fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure is instituted without fear or favor, because the House must protect the public.
Time up, time up.
Yes.
Time up.
Yes. Speaker, we are indeed a dysfunctional state.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga. Hayibo, asiko spotong mo. Zusu to English. Zusu to English, please. Zusu to English, please keep quiet. Hey, Bedenost. Honorable member. Hey, what you want to do? Me ona kan toujours. Azangathi. Thank you. Oh. Fair enough. Oh, you're up. Oh, you're up, please. Aibo, remember better enough. Ha. Sizokona mara. Hayibo. No, ma'am. Sorry. Ask his mama. Better not. If you don't want to be in this meeting, please move out. Member Litsi, here's a velelo before it. Yo.
Akileboge, Chair of Chairs, ke acknowledge the Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable MECs, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Members, and the people of Gauteng. Madam Chair of Chairs, from the 25th of November to the 10th of December is the global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, a very key moment to call for an end to violence against women and children. This activism period incorporates the 1st of December, the day of the commemoration of the World AIDS Day. This year's theme for World AIDS Day is, I open quote, let communities lead in clarion call to invest and strengthen community-centered approaches in the management of HIV and AIDS. Honorable members, we use these commemorations as a powerful reminder of the ongoing challenges related to the scourge of the pandemic, the progress we have made, and the continuous efforts to combat the HIV epidemic and fight against gender-based violence. Madam Chair of Chairs, gender-based violence is reported to play a significant role in increasing the risk of HIV among young women, as sexual and physical abuse make individuals more vulnerable to HIV infection. This is because sex is weaponized against them, and they end up not being in a position to make informed, independent, and rational decisions. Negotiating from a weaker position, young women particularly lack the power to negotiate and demand condom use or safer sexual practices. This then compromises them as they are forced into relationships which are often transactional due to economic hardships with partners who have multiple sexual partners. The perpetual continuation of the stigmatization of HIV and AIDS due to ignorance discourages those infected from proactively seeking information on existing programs. This results in a general lack of knowledge about available tests, treatment options, and preventative strategies for HIV among young women, which is a major challenge. The ongoing judgment and stigma make it difficult for the infected to get the help they need. The attitude of health care workers sometimes may also compound the problem and prevent young women from openly sharing their stories or getting help. To address these challenges, strengthened and comprehensive sexual education and empowerment programs have been known to play a major role. These programs help young women make informed decisions about their sexual health, including access to pre-exposure prophylaxis, condoms, and contraceptives. They can also participate in committees, youth care clubs, and co-creation workshops related to HIV prevention. While here, Madam Chair of Chairs, we also wish to caution those on HIV and AIDS treatment program who will be traveling to different places for holidays to make plans to avoid defaulting. Madam Chair of Chairs, workers are often the first, sometimes only, point of contact for women experiencing violence. As such, we urge the health workers to always provide compassionate care for survivors by offering first-line support, proper medical examination and treatment, and referrals to other essential services. To this effect, Honorable Chair of Chairs, we want to commend the Department for its commitment to implementing I Serve with a Smile concept. This concept is not served not as reinventing the wheel, but to maximize a renewed, a reviewed approach to I Serve with a Smile, to I Serve with a Healthy Smile. So I Serve with a Healthy Smile concept is meant to reinforce the importance of back to basics, the code of conduct called Batopele principles. Madam Chair of Chairs, we must commend the department for an improvement as recorded in the Patient Experience of Care Survey of 2022-2023, which showed 83% healthcare users were satisfied with their services. A story that the opposition is not telling is that during our public hearings, which Honorable Bloom hardly attends, communities were overwhelmingly expressing their appreciation on the accessibility and prompt responses from our MEC and senior management, which is a building block to caring for our communities. She deserved a hand, Anabesu. As per the words of Martin Luther King Jr., we may have all come in different ships, but we are in the same boat now. And this I'm saying to the opposition. Indeed, the Chair of Chairs will not be joining in screaming, will not be joining in shouting, but we are making a clear call to all the people of Gauteng to join in building a better Gauteng. Madam Chair of Chairs, it is true that healthy citizens are the greatest assets any country can have, as this presents opportunities of benefiting from the demographic dividend. By 2030, the NDP expects South Africa to have, among others, raised the life expectancy of its population to at least 70 years. We are pleased with the steady progress made so far that the current life expectancy for South Africa in 2023 is 64.88 years, and an increase of 0.39 from 64.63 in 2022. We also appreciate, Madam Chair of Chairs, the opportunity provided to us to take stock on the progress made in achieving our commitment to service the people of Gauteng. This opportunity is appreciated, particularly aligning to what the Honourable Madam Speaker would have said on Monday, that this might be the last debate on an annual performance report. During the period under review, the department has achieved over 90% of people knowing their HIV status, with There are over 5.3 million tests done in the 2022-2023 financial year, a 6% increase from 5 million in the previous year. This is attributed to community testing, events, and campaigns. HIV testing among the 15 to 24 years age group, which saw 1,000,003 tests done, with 17,233 positive results returned. The proportion of HIV positive clients declined from 1.7% in 2021-2022 to 1.3% in 2022-2023, largely due to preventative programs like pre-exposure prophylaxis. The department is intensifying ARV rollout to increase ART treatment adherence and viral load suppression. The total remaining in care for adults and children was 70,000 in 2023, with 98.1% of adult clients and 1.8% children under 15 years. Poor adherence and retention negated the government efforts negatively after viral load suppression, especially among children under 15. We will monitor the department in addressing challenges such as losing contact with clients due to wrong addresses, relocation without proper referrals, and availability of clients. We are also urging our community's honourable members to take responsibility for their health in adhering to the treatments. Honourable Madam Chair of Chairs, it is a known fact that a major challenge to South Africa has been the continuation of a fragmented, inequitable, two-tiered health system. One being an expensive private health system for the haves and a public health system for the have-nots. The primary health care strategy is the guiding principle and the cornerstone for the district health. We are here as the ANC advocating for what I'm going to be discussing as I continue. Madam Speaker, revisiting the NDP, which is our guiding document on future policy matters, it envisions a health system that works for everyone, that produces positive health outcomes, and is accessible to all. It is instructive, and it also calls for high-quality medication and swift access to treatment that must be provided to all free of cost. There should be no difference in the treatment received by the high-powered and the weakest in the state. We are happy to know that NHI bill has already been approved by the National Assembly of Parliament and is awaiting approval by the second phase of Parliament. This NHI will provide an enabling framework for the introduction of an integrated national health system. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair of Chairs, we are convinced that this indeed will ensure that high-quality medication and swift access to treatment will be provided to all free of cost. There will be no difference in the treatment received by the high-powered and the weakest in the society. We know, honourable members, that the previously disadvantaged wants to hang on to dear privileges of the past over the dead body of the ANC. Would this preferential advantage be perpetuated? Madam Chair of Chairs, during the year under review, access to care was improved through screening services rendered by the 13,692 strong ward-based outreach teams, which visited 681,332 number of households for the first-time visits, and 3.5 million households were follow-up visits. The work of the department has shown some improvement in the outcomes. Community health centers providing 24-hour services, Honourable Bedenos, increased from 36 in 2021-2022 to 38 during the 2022-2023 financial year. The two facilities, such as Enadale Extension 8 and the Nazia Extension 5, were activated during the 2022-2023, and the department is on track to attaining the 40 community health centers target by the end of the term. Utilization of primary health care facilities has also improved post the pandemic, with patients' visits at primary health centers facilities having increased from 18,647,814 during the 2021 financial year to 19 million during the year under review. The reduction of queues and waiting times at healthcare facilities has improved. At the end of 2022-2023 financial year, 1,196,422 clients were enrolled with the Central Chronic Medication Dispensation and Distribution Program. The enrollment of clients into this program improved by 10% from 1,085,000 in 2021 to 1,196,000 in 2023. The 2022-2023 annual target of 1,100,000 clients enrolled in the program was attained with an excess of 96,422 clients enrolled. Madam Chair of Chairs, the launch of the Ideal Clinic Realization and Maintenance Program aimed at attainment of universal health access to a high quality of care is underway. In this regard, the department monitors primary health centers facilities. To this end, 358 out of the 368, which is 97.3% facilities which were assessed, obtained the ideal health facility status. Can I hear you say amen? Amen. The number of facilities that obtained the ideal status increased by 5% in the 2022-2023 financial year. Honorable members, it is a known fact that men are generally averse to routine health checks. So let's talk about men's health. The month of November is Men's Health Awareness Month. As we raise awareness about the mental health challenges faced by men, it is crucial in addressing what is an often overlooked issue and breaking the stigma surrounding it. Men's Mental Health Month is important, honorable members, because it normalizes men's mental health discussion and encourages men to seek help when they need it. Rautlana, Dr. Bandile. Yes, men do break too, and cowboys do cry. Madam Chair of Chairs, mental health in general is a global challenge, and the province is implementing programs to address its challenges. The department is implementing generalized and special psychiatry services for children, adolescents, adults, and the elderly with basic to severe psychiatric conditions. Collaboration between social development and health department is strengthened, and funds have been secured for the establishment of district specialist mental health teams. We are pleased to report that 230 beds were allocated in regional hospitals specifically for mental health services, marking 5% increase in regional hospitals. The department has made significant strides in improving employee satisfaction and achieving its 2022-2023 target of 60%. Employee satisfaction increased by 1.3% points from 61.7% in 2021-2022 to 63% in 2022-2023, with the lowest satisfaction rates in 4 professional categories. Additionally, 550 students were enrolled in the undergraduate nursing program, reaching the target of 69%. Additionally, the department is working on increasing antenatal care visits before the 20 weeks. During the reporting period, out of the 229,000 ANC visits, 69.2% were first visits before the 20-week, which is a 2.5% point increase from 66.8% in 2021-2022 financial year. This is due to improvements in pregnancy screening and testing for women of childbearing potential. Furthermore, early detection and management of what is known as lifestyle diseases like diabetes and hypertension are crucial to reduce premature mortalities caused by these non-communicable diseases. A total of 7,276,000 and 7,602,000 clients were screened for this condition, with 64.2% and 70.4% of clients aged 14 to 44 years and older, respectively. The department has also focused on reducing case fatalities caused by diarrhea, pneumonia, and so on. And 119,000 learners were provided with various health services. The number of learners given deworming doses increased to 93%, and 2,683 learners were referred for mental health or psychosocial support. Honourable members, the number of medico-legal claims against the department remains a concern. Rand value of medico-legal claims is sitting at 17.4 billion. We urge the department to continue to strengthen mediation options, a strategy that have shown tremendous reduction in payouts. The ANC notes the progress made with the health information system called One Patient, One File. During the year under review, 82%, which is 31, out of the 38 community health centers and 35, which is 95, of the hospitals are implementing this health information system. We also want to congratulate the department for retaining its unqualified audit opinion, and we are very confident that with the interventions that are in place, we are destined for better results in the future. Madam Chair of Chairs, we want to call upon the department to accelerate the delivery of the infrastructure program so as to ensure that all public health facilities can offer effective health services to the residents of Gauteng in facilities that are fit for purpose. With all this achievement being said, victory for ANC in 2024 is certain. MEC, I would have listened to our honourable members, whether they call it ESCOM syndrome, whether they call it no leadership, whether they call it no capacity, whether they call it no plans, whether they want to confuse vulgar to being robust. I want to refer you to what Winston Churchill would have said. You will never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. Yeah. The eyes of the department, led by yourself, MEC, should be steadfast on the ball, for we can see the progress that you are making. You are indeed living the words of Mahatma Gandhi when he said, in our open quote, "You must be the change that you wish to see in the world." And this is what you are, MEC, with your team. In conclusion, Honourable Chair of Chairs, I want to say, where there's a woman, there's magic. Malibongwe. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Litsie Mokhale. Honourable MEC Nkomora Lehoko, please respond to the debate.
Of committees, Madam Chair, let me greet the Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable colleagues in the executive, members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, people of Gauteng. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to argue or try to fight what other people have been saying about the issues of health. Because for me, there is so much work that we should be doing, all of us, as citizens of Gauteng. So much that needs to be done, and so much that we've done as a department. And I'm not going to force people that doesn't see that progress and think that they will see what some of us can see, and some of us that are doing, working 24/7 to change the status of the health in Gauteng. Because if people still believe that we have not done anything, those people are not staying in Gauteng. I'm standing here with pride because I know that we've done a lot of achievement in changing that department for the better. And I still want to insist that we are going to do that as long as we are here in this province. There's nothing that will change us not to do that work. So we're not going to be diverted by any of the colleagues that have been raising things that are not helping us. So, but let me first thank all the members that have participated in this debate, in particular Ma'am Litsia Mokhale, who just presented to us almost all the progress that the department has done, because she is a member of that committee. She's part of the members that goes with us when we go to communities and see what we are doing, through oversight visits that they are doing, through the quarterly reports that we present to the House. And some of the members, I've never seen them, including Member Badenhorst that was presenting today, whatever, or a debate that she was doing in the House. But it doesn't matter, Member Badenhorst. I will make sure that once you are a member of the committee, because at the moment, Busafundi, ngicela uye department uyobona ama officials akhoyo manje. And if there are officials that are leaving the department, we have there are exit interviews that we do in the department. Through exit interviews, we know why people are leaving, and unfortunately,
I'm being threatened in this house. Someone says she's going to better me.
We've employed a lot of
I was on bed. Chair of chairs, can you intervene, please? Can I be protected? She's going to better me. Can I be protected? Chair, can I be protected? Chair, can I be protected? What must I do? Must I hide from this house? I'm also working here. Must I hide from this house, Chair?
You little thing. Come here. You little thing in your fire. You little thing. You with a short stepezana. Say overall.
Honorable members, come back to the Honorable House.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Honorable members.
After school.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I Peratulad. Honorable members. I know that honorable MEC, please continue the debate.
Thank you, Madam
Chair of
members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know this department deals with mental health, but please.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Committees. I'm deeply honored,
including whoever is chairing this city.
I'm deeply honored and humbled to stand before you today in this esteemed assembly. This debate marks not just a routine of engagement in our democratic processes, but it's a critical moment where we reflect on our collective journey towards healthier, more resilient Gauteng. And it is a moment to assess, to acknowledge, and to chart the way forward in our relentless pursuit of health and wellness for all in our province. The last time we gathered in this distinguished hall to present the annual report, We discussed a vision that was both bold and essential. We deliberated on a critical change in our healthcare system, transitioning from a reactive to a more proactive, comprehensive and enduring model. We acknowledge the obstacles we faced, yet we reinforced by a firm dedication to the citizens of Gauteng, those that were motivated by the conviction that every individual, regardless of age or gender, is entitled to high-quality health care in the province. So today we pause to reaffirm our dedication to implementing primary health care as a fundamental component to a sustainable healthcare system aimed at universal coverage. We've made notable progress in reaching vulnerable communities by delivering health services directly to homes and connecting them to established facilities. And I think Honorable Litia Mokhale have indicated the number of our ward-based outreach programs that consist of our community health workers that are assisting us to do this work as the department. So in the past year, these teams have impressively conducted a number of work in the household visits, and they've reached out over 3.5 million follow-up visits that again Member Litia Mokhale was indicating earlier on. Another issue that we have done is the support to public schools and learners. Madam Speaker and distinguished members, as the Department of Health and Wellness, we have been persistent in our commitment to enhance the learning environment in public schools by addressing health and social barriers to education. So in the past year, we have significantly expanded our integrated school health services, reaching approximately 120 learners, 20,000 learners, a notable increase of 60% from the previous year. And these comprehensive services, ranging from deworming and immunizing to eye and hearing hearing care, TB referrals and TD doses, which are crucial to early detection and intervention in health-related issues that can impact learning and teaching in our schools. So in addition, the provision of health services to public schools remained important to early detection in health and social barriers to learning and teaching. And the department provided integrated school health services from the issues that we have raised. But again, part of those, we did a number of doses to our children, to our learners during under this year review, and we reached out in all the regions, as we call them, corridors in the province. Part of the things that we have done, it's post-pandemic improved access to care, which is in the domain of primary health care, which is a significant development that we have observed in terms of facility utilization. So we've seen again an encouraging increase in patient visits in our facilities, and numbers are moving from 18.6 million in the year financial year 2021 to 19.7 million in this current year that is under review. Again, we had the expansion of services in platforms to increase access to care, which we know that we have now 36, we have moved from 36 community healthcare centers that we have in the province. Now we're sitting at 38 in 2020-2023, but we will definitely surpass the target because we will still be opening other primary healthcare centers in the province as we speak. We've improved the quality of service, improved the quality of service, reduced, in fact, queues in our hospitals. And I think there is a number of excellence that we've seen in some of our centers in that reduction. Members may not see that, but already if you can visit our facilities, especially after 2 o'clock, you will not find not a single person that is in a queue there. You find the facilities is clean, everybody is being attended to, some are at home, including the pharmacies that have been a problem when you go to the hospitals, where you will find people sitting, waiting for their medication almost for the better part of the day. So there is a huge improvement in that. And again, we want to invite members, those who want to see, and I was in your area at Easters Rest, there is a huge improvement there, but there's still more that we need to do, Member Badenhorst, again, in terms of reduction of queue management in the hospital and in our community health care centers. Then the issue of mental health, but again, we're assisted by that CCMDD that we have installed now almost in all the community health centers, but we want to take it further to other clinics in the province. And we're working very closely with the regions, especially the municipalities, clinics in the municipalities, because we believe that that is still our responsibility to assist them. And now we are rolling out some of the work that we are doing in the province to those municipalities. I will not speak about the issue of HIV and AIDS. Memo Khale indicated the work that we have done on issues of HIV and AIDS, including the celebration that was done in Citibank. That was a successful one that we celebrated on Friday. And definitely there is some strides that we have done in the battle against HIV and AIDS. Even yesterday in the NHC, nationally, there is a huge decline in terms of the work that we have done in this area of HIV and AIDS. So again, those are the success stories that we'll talk about to you members, but we still want to go down further because we need everybody to be tested in the province, to know their status on time, and those that know their status, we must protect them so that they are not being abused by those that are harassing them. The issue of diabetes and hypertension, it's a global challenge posed by non-communicable diseases, and our department again has placed a strong emphasis on the early detection and the management of diabetes and hypertension. These conditions are leading contributors to premature morbidity and mortality worldwide. And in the year under review, we have screened over 7.2 million clients for diabetes and more than 7.6 million for hypertension. A significant focus was at the age of between 18 and 44 years, where 64.2% of those screened for diabetes and 70.4% for hypertension fell. Additionally, there was a notable improvement again in diabetes management, with a 3.6% increase in clients maintaining a normal HbA1c level, raising from 60% to 6.3%. And this improvement is largely credited to the diligent adherence to the diabetes and adult primary care 101 guidelines by our healthcare providers. Under mental and child health, our commitment to mental and child health remains a key pillar to our public health strategy, emphasizing the reduction to pregnancy and complications and the improvement of health outcomes for mothers and children. An essential aspect of this strategy has been the focus on increasing the number of ANC visits within the first 20 weeks of pregnancy. We want to have an aggressive campaign to tell our children, our sisters and our aunts that when you are pregnant, make sure that the first 20 weeks you go to the clinic without fail, because that will assist us to ensure that we monitor your pregnancy. And in reporting this, we recorded again 229,000 ANC visits, which is 69.2% when initiated visits conducted before 20 weeks. So we're even having a template that talks to that. And Madam Chair of Chairs, we cannot have that if our systems are not in place. Hence, we are now aggressively addressing the issue of digitizing our hospitals, so that even when you see us on health promotion programs, you will find us now with laptops sitting in those corners where you find us, because we want to register and record every little thing of the people that are attending to us on time. Madam Speaker, our journey towards improving financial steward of the department has been both odious and fruitful. In the 2022-23 financial year, we have made commendable strides in our financial management, as evidenced by achieving an unqualified audit opinion. The significant milestone is a testament to our dedication to enhancing transparency and accountability in all our operations. The attainment of this unqualified audit opinion is not just a mark of financial health, but also a step closer to our ultimate goal of a clean audit. Despite facing challenges such as an increase in medical legal claims, we have implemented targeted interventions to mitigate these issues in the current financial year. Our commitment to community development is further demonstrated through our active role in promoting local economic empowerment, particularly in the township areas. Of our total expenditure in goods and services, a substantial 33.8%, which is over 2 billion, was allocated to township enterprises, underscoring our dedication to fostering local economic growth. Moving forward, we plan to expand this initiative, especially in the realm of occupational health and safety maintenance programs for health facilities. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair of Chairs, the significance of our unqualified audit is an immense and cannot be overstated. Its It stands as a testament of strength and reliability to our department's financial system and processes. Reflecting on this achievement, the words of Maya Angelou, a well-known African-American poet and civil rights activist, came to mind. She says, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better." Close quote. This statement which simply encapsulates a powerful ethos that is highly relevant to our work in financial governance. It speaks to the journey of continuous improvement, emphasizing the importance of striving excellence with the knowledge and resources that we have as a department, and then elevating our efforts as we gain more insight and capabilities. This achievement in our financial management is crucial for maintaining public trust and confidence in the operations of the department. It ensures that we have a solid foundation for the efficient allocation and utilization of resources, which is essential for the effective delivery of healthcare services. And in line with Maya's wisdom, our approach has been one of constant learning and improvement, ensuring that every decision, every allocation, and every expenditure is made with the best of our current understanding and with a commitment to do even better as we progress as a department. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, while we celebrate these achievements, we remain acutely aware of our journey that does not end here. The health and wellness of our citizens are an ongoing commitment. We pledge to continue this journey with the same vigor and dedication in ensuring that every citizen in Gauteng has access to quality health care. Thank you so much, Madam Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Nkomora Lehoko, for responding to the debate. Before moving to the next order, let me acknowledge some of our guests seated in our VIP gallery. It's the entourage of BB Winans. Winans, is it Winans? Thank you very much. And Zwanga, Nilalele in future. We are also joined by our young people from different schools in Gauteng. Soon some of them will actually be participating in this gallery as honorable members. And please, when you are elected, become honorable members and behave like honorable members. Is that what you teach your children at home, to be negative? Please, you're not going to do it, Ngila. One thing for sure, there's no negative talk in my house. So Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Health and Wellness, including entity, for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Committees, for this opportunity. La Rasa. The chairperson of the Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee, myself, tables the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness for 2022-2023 financial year. Honorable Chair of Committees, there are parts of the report that I will not be able to read here. Let me request that those be considered as read because of time. The department was allocated a total appropriation of 61 billion for the financial year under review and 58.6 billion, amounting to 95.6% was spent. The committee notes the following key achievements of the department in the year under review.
2 additional clinics, Innerdale Extension 8 and Linasia Extension 5, started providing 24 hours emergency services, bringing the total of CHC operating 24 hours to 38 in the province. Papa Tammato. The enrollment of clients into the CCMDD program improved by 10%. The total number of HIV tests done increased by 6%. The antenatal care, I won't say ANC because people will be confused. So is the antenatal care. First visit increased by 2.4%, pointing to 66.8 during the 2021-2022 financial year to 69.2 during the 2022-2023 financial year. Undergraduate nursing students improved by 38% from 400 during the 2021-2022 financial year to 550 during 2022-2023 financial year. The ideal clinic status rate increased by 4.9 percentage points from 92.4% during the 2021-2022 to 97.3% during the 2022-2023 financial year. Nutritional needs of under 5-year children were well taken care of, with more than 1.3 million children given vitamin D dose, with a coverage of 64.8%. There was also a 5% increase of 4,597 total beds that were allocated to mental health, offering acute mental health assessment with 72 hours in regional hospitals, and the annual target of 5% was reached. Yeah, indeed, mental health issues. Mental health problem is the disease of the mind characterized by abnormal behavior on the part of the individual. So mental health space has increased. I agree with you, COC. In this department, we just observe and wait for people to show up. The percentage of vital medicine increased by 1.2 percentage points from 96% during 2021-2022 to a whopping 97.2 during 2022-2023 financial year. On recommendations, a comprehensive plan to ensure proper spending in alignment with the set targets across all programs of the department. This plan is requested by 31st January 2022. A comprehensive strategy on the implementation of picture archiving and communication system in CHC facilities is expected by the 31st of January 2024. On acknowledgement, me, Chairperson, I wish to thank the Honorable MEC, Honorable Nomantunko Morali Huku and her team, led by the acting HOD, Mr. Malotana, for the preparation of the annual report and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to all the questions that were raised by the honorable members. Highly appreciated is the role of the committee members of the Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee for their dedication and commitment. I'm going to read them because you never know until we read them. That is Honorable Litsie, Honorable Mfikwe, Honorable Mukhali, Honorable Kanyani, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Duplessis, Honorable Fuchs, and Honorable Khadebe, including those who are forever apologizing. We also recognize them. That will be Honorable Makhene and Honorable Alberts. We haven't seen this one. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the support staff led by Group Coordinator Ms. Mbalo, the Senior Researcher Dr. Ninweli, and the Researcher Dr. Mukonoto, the Committee Senior Coordinator Ms. Ngidi, and the Coordinator Ms. August. Committee Administrator, Ms. Musomi, Isaac Ngobo, the Service Officer, and W. Sibande, which is the Information Officer. Communication Officer is Mr. Mukoka, and the Hansard, Mr. Makwela, who often sits there and comes to our committee to make sure, captures everything we are doing. On adoption, Chair of Committees, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Health Portfolio Committee recommends that the annual oversight report on the Department of Health and Wellness for the 2022-2023 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committees' concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much, Chair of Committees.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mama Bolo. Is there a seconder to the adoption of the report?
I rise to second, Madam Acting Chair. You want this?
Thank you very much, Honorable Bloom. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Thank you very much. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Public Accounts Standing Committee's Oversight Report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa on the financial statements of the following reports. Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the year ended 31st March 2023. Department of E-Government for the year ended 31st March 2023. Department of Community Safety for the year ended 31st March 2023. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the year ended 31st March 2023. Gauteng Film Commission for the year ended 31st March 2023. The Department of Health and Wellness for the year ended 31st March 2023. Medical Supplies Depot for the year ended 31st March 2023.
Yes. Honorable Kanyile, please present your report.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, for the next 40 minutes. Thank you, Chairperson of Committees. I, Kaile Kanyile, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, table the committee's oversight reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on financial statements of the following departments for the year ended 31 March 2023. Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Gauteng Department of E-Government, Gauteng Department of Community Safety, Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, together with Gauteng Film Commission, Gauteng Department of Health and Medical Supplies Depot. Chairperson of Committees, we today want to focus on some of the findings by the AG and also indicate what kind of recommendations we're making in that regard. One of the important things that you have to deal with is what is called material irregularities. In fact, this refers to any non-compliance with or contravention of a legislation, or it's also fraud, theft, or a breach of fiduciary duty, which has been identified during the audit under the Act, which is the Amended Audit Act. This should have resulted in or is likely to result in a material financial loss or the misuse or loss of material public resource or a substantial harm to a public sector institution or the general public. In this regard, there are about 22 material irregularities that have been identified over a period. 3 of these were identified in the current financial year. The 19 that have been identified previously, 4 of them have been resolved. 13 of them, there's appropriate action being taken to resolve them. And two, the responses have been received on notification and in the process of being assessed by the Auditor General. What we'd like to appeal, and is a recommendation we're making in our report, we have recommended that identified departments must provide SCOPA with quarterly updates on the MIs, which are still being resolved, and we'll appreciate if we do this together with the portfolio committees. The other matter I want to raise and focus on, Chair of Committees, is expenditure management. It's pleasing to realize that there's been some decrease on the following. On irregular expenditure reduced by 1.3 billion rand, which is about 18% decrease. This is for all the departments in Gauteng. It's not only for those that we're focusing on today. There's fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which has decreased by 268 million rand, which is about 72% decrease. What we are challenging the departments to do is to accelerate the rate of investigation, condonation, and where wrongdoing or negligence have been found or will be found, consequence management must be implemented. We also we have also made recommendation that the executive authorities must get the accounting officers to develop and ensure implementation of concrete plans to prevent the occurrence of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. I hope Honorable Masoleng has heard how it's pronounced. The other matter, which is very important, Chair, is around moving towards clean audit. Because of the reports we've tabled over the period and the improvements we are realizing in the reports, we want to make a submission. The recommendations we've made in our reports reflects, as amongst others, the following: that we require the submission of audit action plans so that you can be able to monitor on a quarterly basis whether action is being done, and the submissions of plans to improve audit outcomes so that there's improvement in all the years. I would like to thank Honorable Kanyane, Honorable Kekana, Honorable Mngube, Honorable Mudise, Honorable Malema, Honorable Edilange, Honorable P. Atkinson, Honorable Fusiliers, and Honorable Mdlankomo for their diligent deliberation during this process. A special word of gratitude to Ms. Adriana Randall for the immense contribution and deep insight she demonstrated on oversight, on financial management, governance, and accountability, together with the thought-provoking engagement she raised when she was the member of this committee. I thank her. I wish her well in her future endeavors. I also thank the following, Chair: Mr. Tumsan Tabekulu and the senior managers in the Gauteng Business Unit of the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa for staying true to the mandate of that office, that of being an enabler of oversight by providing SCOPA with details on areas of focus on the audit. Also, I'd like to thank Premier Lisufi for leading his office to engage SCOPA on the report of the forensic unit in the Office of the Premier, which was empowering to SCOPA in this oversight of the annual reports of the department. Further, MEC Mababulo for seconding the staff in the Gauteng Audit Service who tirelessly supported SCOPA during the process of considering all the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa. All MECs for responding to the preliminary questions which were raised by SCOPA. Also in this regard, a special word of appreciation to MEC Nkomo Raluko, MEC Diale Tlabela, and MEC Maile for diligently leading their respective departments during the SCOPA public hearings. An interesting matter here, Chair of Committees. A lot of MECs have been approaching me and asking me when they are appearing before SCOPA, which is an interesting thing. But yeah, it shows that they really want, it shows, it shows that MECs really want to improve. We have decided to call those that had problems in their audit outcomes. I also want to thank the chairpersons of the committees of GPL who honored SCOPA's invitations and participated in specific meetings where the committee was considering reports relevant to their portfolio committees. Let me also thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Monica Vaz, for tabling the report, Senior Committee Coordinators, Simon Maholech and Mampati Khaunwe, Committee Coordinator, Catherine Tobejane, Committee Researchers, Bongi Lamin and Ratum Fukeng, Administrative Assistants, Isagel Mtembu, Media Officer, Fano Bulas Bobo, Senior Information Officer, Chekili Twalo, Legal and Procedural Advisor, Winnie Ngubane, Senior Officer, Litemba Simon, Triple P, Lirato Potman, and the Hansat operator, Raksha Singh, without whom this process would not have been successfully completed. After due deliberation, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts unanimously adopted its reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following departments for the year ended 31 March 2023. Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Gauteng Department of E-Government, Gauteng Department of Community Safety, Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, the Gauteng Film Commission, Gauteng Department of Health and Medical Supplies Depot. And I request that all the other matters, areas that I didn't read because I'm summarizing the reports, that they should be taken as tabled. In terms of the Standing Rule 1172C read together with 164, the committee presents to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. I thank you. I saved you 38 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. Is there a seconder to the adoption of the report?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Member Mngube. And I'll put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Consideration of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Research, Development and E-Government Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study Report on how has the Gauteng Department of E-Government addressed duplications of ICT infrastructure between local and provincial spheres of government in accelerating broadband connectivity.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Member Mngube, please present the committee's report.
Ngiyabonga Mshonishwa. I'll start with the executive summary. Countries across the globe have embarked on a deployment of broadband networks since it is perceived as an enabler that ignites economic growth and development of South Africa. Developed the National Development Plan Vision 2030 as a roadmap to achieve, among others, an economic environment that has high-speed connectivity that can eliminate inefficiencies in government operation and service delivery. The Gauteng provincial government developed an ICT strategy that is aimed at playing a collaborative and mobilization role by accelerating broadband connectivity and bringing ICT services to the province. The Department of eGov here contributes directly to the 3 medium-term strategic framework priorities of government priority. 1, building a capable and ethical and developmental state with the objectives to promote provincial ICT oversight and governance and to place provincial services on the digital platform. Priority 2, economy, jobs and infrastructure with the objective to modernize provincial ICT infrastructure with connectivity. The department has reported progress in the rollout of broadband connectivity to modernize the provincial ICT infrastructure within the province since 2014. Numerous milestones such as the development and upgrade of 8 core nodes, the development and testing of e-services, that is in schools' online applications, the establishment of innovation hubs and cost-cutting of telephony through VoIP between GPG departments have been achieved. Engagement with the department, metros and state information technology agencies, that is SITA, showed that there are challenges that persist in ensuring uniformity as a seamless approach to providing ICT infrastructure and services to all citizens across the province. The lack of uniform procurement processes for ICT services and the high cost of providing ICT goods and services are a matter of concern as projects are delayed due to protracted contract negotiations. Exacerbating the cost of ICT is vandalism to ICT infrastructure that requires that funds be redirected from planned projects to repair the damage caused by criminality. The COGTA, as a procurement agency of ICT goods and services for the state, has adopted a service-based model to cap the high cost of ICT products and services. The model aims to consume. The agency believes that the model will limit CAPEX risk while increasing the rollout of ICT. The committee is concerned, one, of the lack of evidence to support the effects of broadband in the province. 2, the slow pace of synchronizing broadband initiatives across 2 spheres. 3, reported high cost of fiber, reported high cost of the procurement and rollout of ICT goods and services. The proposed amendments, the committee recommended the following and request the department to respond by the 29th of February 2024. 1, that the department should submit a report illustrating actual gains achieved against the NDP goals since the rollout of the GPN. 2, that the department should provide a progress report on the process of synchronizing broadband initiatives in the province. The report should account for progress with all the metros. The below recommendation is an inward and not directed to the department. That the portfolio committee will pursue other oversight processes and escalate the matter to the relevant oversight bodies to motivate for increased funding of ICT initiatives in the province. On acknowledgement, the portfolio committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Kumalo, the acting head of department, Dr. D. Buckley, and officials of the Department of eGov for their cooperation during the consideration of the focused intervention study. Gratitude is further extended to the municipalities for availing themselves and participating in the FIS and providing valuable information without whom this study would not be possible. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the focused intervention study goes to all honorable members of the portfolio committee. The Honorable Mekgwe was speaking, Honorable Malema, Honorable Didiacher, Honorable Simang, Honorable Njoke, Honorable Honorable Tilange, Honorable Adams, Honorable Jamin, and Honorable Silias. The committee's gratitude is extended to the support staff, all of them that are there. On adoption of the report, the COGTA Research and Development and eGov Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the FIS report on how has the Gauteng Department of eGov addressed duplications of ICT infrastructure between local and provincial spheres of government, accelerating broadband connectivity emanating from the budget report, Vote 13 for 2022-2023 financial year. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with the Rule 165, the committee hereby recommends that this report be adopted by the House, taking into account concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Mekgwe. Is there any seconder to the proposal to adopt the report? Member Kanyane?
Oh yeah, I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the last order
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The final voting mandate on the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee, final voting mandate on the Economic Regulation of the Transport Bill B1D 2020, as well as the minority report to the orders of the day.
Who's acting on behalf of? Is the Member Scaman? Are you going to present? I know that he's not well, he's in hospital.
I can present the bill, the report. Chair, am I audible? I can present the report.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I'm not feeling 100%, but let me present it. As the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics, I hereby table the committee's final voting mandate on the economic regulation of transport bill. In terms of the process followed, the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Ntombi Mekgwe, referred the further amendment on economic regulation of transport bill to the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics for consideration and reporting in terms of Rule 2451, read with 2461, 247, and 248 on Friday, 1 December 2023. On Tuesday, 5 December 2023, the committee convened a meeting to deliberate further amendments and minutes from the NCOP Select Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Works and Infrastructure, and adopt the final voting mandate on economic regulation of transport bill. In terms of financial implications, the financial implications in relation to executing these duties will be absorbed and budgeted for internally once this body is operational. In terms of the committee's recommendations, in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, read with Section 6 and 8 of the Mandating Procedure of Provinces Act 52 of 2008, as well as Rule 248 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Standing Rule, the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics confers authority on the Gauteng Provincial Delegate or Delegates to the National Council of Provinces to vote in favor of the economic regulation of transport bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Greg Skiman. I'll now call, before the report is adopted, we are supposed to also consider the minority report as well. Can I then call upon Honorable Du Plessis to present the minority report? Honorable Du Plessis? Honorable Du Plessis, can you hear me?
Chair of Chairs, Member Du Plessis is on leave today. I can present the report.
Okay, so it means we won't actually listen to her inputs. Member Skiman have actually moved for the adoption of the report. Can I then request, can I then check if there is any seconder to the adoption of the report?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I rise to second the report. Member Mekgwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mekgwe. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. Okay, it must be noted. It must be noted that there was an opportunity for the minority to present their reports, but unfortunately no one presented. So we won't get another chance to listen to the report. That concludes the business of the day. You will be advised on the next date of the sitting, there is a possibility that we will call an urgent sitting to consider pertinent issues. So the House, okay. Thank you very, very much, honorable members. If I don't see you in the next week or two, please enjoy your Christmas and of course enter 2023 with a bang. And of course, for those who start 2024 with a bang, and for those who are going to start early with electioneering, good luck. And of course, let the best man win. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Amen. Nize mapita nge-10.
Jacob, second. Benelost.